Didi, you too.
A very warm welcome to the island of Lombok. We are here for the fourth round, day 2 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We're live from the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. This is our third visit on the Asian Road Racing Championship to this scenic venue. And it's also a place that has been very, very good and very friendly for Indonesian racers over day 1. Barry Russell alongside Des Corkill in the commentary box for today. And the Indonesian flag fluttering is an appropriate analogy of what happened yesterday, Barry Russell.
It was 3 out of 5 race wins went to Indonesian riders yesterday. Could be a little bit different today because the conditions are different. It's warmer, it's brighter, and the wind blowing off the Indian Ocean that we just took a look at is a little gentler today.
It is, but the wind was an important role of what we heard from the riders yesterday. Nearly all of them deciding that it would have been a difficult time. Right then, let's go down onto the grid where this is the TVS One Make Championship. This is the first of 5 races that we've got for you today. In this particular race, Hiroki Ono from Japan is the man who is leading the way. And this being Indonesia, of course, you have the flair of Indonesian dance, you have the festivities of this beautiful island of Lombok. It's been a really good welcome for the racers, Barry.
Yeah, we look forward to coming here too, but the racers are all enjoying it. The officials having their photos taken, and I think the national anthem is coming up.
Indeed it is. Indonesia Raya to be played. It was. My apologies, I got my timings just a little bit wrong there. There is the grid. Once the national anthem comes to give us the Indonesian welcome, there is the scenery. It really is difficult to think of anywhere in the world that provides something as spectacular as this on Lombok. East Tenggara giving us a welcome for the 3rd year in a row in the Asia Road Racing Championship.
Yeah, and the wind blowing the surf much nicer yesterday. The local surfers were complaining. Look at these spectacular costumes, Des. Representing legends. Okay, here we go with the national anthem.
Hadirin sekalian, kami undang untuk bisa bangkit berdiri dengan semangat nasionalisme kita bersama-sama. Untuk bisa mengawali opening seremonial ini, kita akan menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan kita tercinta. Hadirin sekalian, Indonesia Raya.
Always the additional flourish of the extra verse of Indonesia Raya when you are celebrating something special. And the welcome back to Lombok for the Asia Road Racing Championship in a sporting arena is indeed something we're all very grateful for.
Yeah, that rousing rendition set the scene beautifully for what's going to be another fantastic afternoon of racing here at Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit.
In the opening speech yesterday, the tourism minister and the manager of the course, the owner of the course, was saying how it's been important economically to establish Lombok, which was so long in the shadow of nearby Bali. Well, it's very much establishing itself. We've been lucky enough to be staying in the nearby town of Kuta. And nearby Kuta, they've developed this international circuit, which is busy 40 weeks of the year, Barry.
Yes, it is. 17 turns here, and you can see how nicely they flow. There is that couple of loops at turns 2 and 3, but this circuit flows really nicely, and so it brings out the best in the riders. What a sight that is.
The best of the riders, this is Hiroki Ono. He is the defending champion in the TVS one-make category. He's also leading this season by a gargantuan, well, it's not as gargantuan as last year, but it's still by 21 points. There's still 5 races to go. Alongside him on the starting grid will be number 2, Ramdan Rosli, runner-up last year, but pushed out into 4th place yesterday, Barry. He'll be hoping that he doesn't have the electrical problems that caused him to drop out of the podium positions yesterday.
Yes, indeed. He started on even points with Sartak Chavan, but Sartak rode a really mature race, I thought, to come through to second. There was nothing he could have done about the pace of Hiroki Ono at the front, but in a really heated battle.
The next guy we're going to see, this is a young kid who I know you've been keeping an eye on, Hunter Corney from Australia. Got himself up into 4th place, and for long periods, certainly in the early start of yesterday's race, rode the best that we've seen him this season.
Yeah, and almost a year ago I went to Australia, and the paddock I was at the Bend in South Australia was buzzing with talk about Hunter Corney.
Sartak Chavan's had a very good season, but didn't particularly impress yesterday. A rare rough day for him. Sorry, second he was yesterday, wasn't it? What am I on about? I was thinking Chirant Vishwanath was under pressure yesterday. Luis Miguel, he had a day to forget yesterday. Bike problems right from the very start.
Yeah, he was on the edge of the championship contenders, but slipped away further, unfortunately, for the young Spaniard.
14 riders will be on the grid, all in near identical units. And it's a big weekend for TVS. The senior management are over. There's a press day and a press ride where Daniel Bogas, our intrepid reporter, will be part of that. That takes place on Monday. They had that convention in Buriram last season. This year they decided on the sights and sounds of Lombok. The beach, I think, is a bit of a draw for that, as well as the motorbikes.
Could just be, yeah.
There is the beach, and as you say, the surf is looking pretty good today. 32 degrees, 14 kmph. The wind has picked up a little bit, Barry.
Yeah, since this morning it has a little bit, but nobody was really citing it as too much of a factor. And as one or two of them said, it's the same for everyone.
But the flag is fluttering pretty high. And it's a swirling wind. It helps, it's against you going up the back turn as we look at turn number 16 and have a look at the grid. Hiroki Ono looking to cement his position at the top of the standings. Alongside him is Ramdan Rosli, needs to get rid of yesterday's gremlins, and Chirant Vishwanath, he is in P3, the best of the young Indonesians on the grid.
Yeah, Hunter Corney, we were talking about just now, the prodigious 14-year-old, starts on row 2, finished 6th yesterday, beg his pardon. Then it was Sartak Chavan, who came through to second, and Luis Miguel, who had a bad day yesterday.
Apologies to Chirant, I called him Indonesian. Indian, of course. The Indonesians are Dexa Alma Alfarezel and Rendi, the Papuan, who was so impressive yesterday, picked up a podium for his best result and best performance of the season. Alongside him is the young Korean Kim Min-jae.
And from Korea we go to the UK. Jack McCabe lines up in 10th spot. Next to him Nixon Frost, and Brexit Shihari Dave will start 12th.
Youngster making his debut, as is Ramaputra Septiawan, local Indonesian Aliando Paredes, who has got himself into 10th position in the championship, a best result of 8th so far this year. As for Ramaputra, a position that Rama got yesterday, he got himself a P10 yesterday, the Indonesian.
Yeah, it was a competitive race behind Hiroki Ono yesterday.
It was a great race. Rendy in particular, who's come out of nowhere. He's done some underbone work, but TVS didn't know an awful lot about him before he started racing for them this season. And he took his time, but coming into the second half of the season, Rendy picks up his first podium after a previous best result of a P6 in Sepang.
Yeah, as we were hearing, he doesn't get a whole lot of racing miles, coming as he does from Papua.
This is the deceptive turn, 15 and 16. You double back on yourself before you've got to get into position for a 90-degree turn into the home straight, and then it's a short sprint to the finish line. You can see they're coming over the finish line there. It really is a short sprint. So the position that you get on that turn 16 in particular can make or break your result. 8 laps of the track. Hiroki Ono has got 4 wins this season, 3 in a row. Sartak Chaban, 3 P2s in a row. And there is Ono. Difficult to see beyond Ono. But this is racing. You never know. Everyone in position. We're waiting for the red lights. Underway in the TVS One Make Championship. Ramdan Rosley off to a flyer. Hiroki Ono has gone. Ono inside the first 200 meters is clipped, and as I say, anything can happen in racing by Russell.
And it just did. What a shocker off the line there. But that was a magnificent start, regardless of that, by Ramdan Rosley, who leads them into the first sector. Hiroki Ono back on his bike, he'll be going for points.
Well, remarkable. Have a look at this, Barry. Talk us through this.
So, fairly decent launch. The bike just goes a little bit to the right, and he's clattered there by the number 9. Hunter Corney clatters into him, so... Ooh.
Well, the kid and the veteran comes off worse. And in the meantime, we've got a couple of new names to keep an eye on. Dexa Alparizel is in that little group. It's Ramdan Rosley who leads from Chiran. And Hunter Corney, keep a lookout for number 9. See if he feels any guilt for his involvement there.
Yeah, let's see whether he's shaken at all by that.
Well, it will be a test for him.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because he's such a bold rider.
What a dramatic start to the day. ARRC, it's forever competitive, even when it's seemingly not. The incident between bikes 9 and 1, under investigation, of course. In the meantime, Ono goes through. Ono doesn't go through. Ramdan Rosley goes through. Round turn 16 for the very first time.
Yeah, and Sartak making a move there as well. But good to see that the rider he's coming up on is Dexa.
Ramdan Rosley from Dexa Alma, Sartak Chaban and Chiran Vishwanath, who's desperate to get a first podium of the season, Charan. So, well, first podium since Buriram. Rendy in P7 at the moment, yesterday's superhero. Luis Miguel will be happier with the start that he's made, the number 8 just at the back of this little group of riders. But for once, the man at the front, Ramdan, doesn't have to worry about number 1 being alongside him.
He didn't quite have the pace yesterday, but he was quick in warm-up this morning, quickest in fact. And so he looks like he's found what he was missing yesterday, and there's a little bit of a gap opening up there, Des.
Certainly is. Luis Miguel is going well, it must be said. Oh no, I'm not sure whether he came. No, he's finished the first lap, so Hiroki Ono has come through. He's a long way behind, obviously. He was on the floor and had to pick up his bike. But this is Hiroki Ono, I tell you what. Don't count him out getting into the points.
Dexter, the number 25 rookie, new into this series, making a very good account of himself.
This TBS One Make Championship had a couple of injuries, quite a few injuries. 4 of the riders haven't raced since Sepang. That's why we've had a number of new names, Dexter being one of those. Big lead for Ramdan and Dexter as they come around that turn 16. That's a beautiful shot to show you just how much you've got to slow, and then how you get into position. It's beyond 90 degrees, this left-hander.
Ramdan and Sartak will cross the line well ahead of the others. What's that gap there?
2.3 seconds clear of the rest. Rendy has got himself into P3 alongside Luis Miguel. So this is the second group, and there is Luis Miguel, who impressed in the last couple of races. Luis Miguel, he had a P3 in Buriram, he had a win in Sepang and 2 P4s in Motegi. Bit of a nightmare yesterday, but he'll be looking to get back on the podium today.
Yeah, there's a much bigger group than we saw yesterday. We saw some.
Here is Ono. This is turn 1, we understand, so a long way behind Barry.
Yeah, just looking on the screens there. Yeah, he's 20 seconds behind Nixon Frost, who is 13th.
His lap 2 was a 150. The leaders are a 140, low 146s, high 145s.
So there could be some damage on the bike. Hopefully there's no damage to the rider.
Psychological, maybe. I'm Hiroki Ono. That doesn't happen to me.
It's very much a "do you realise who I am" moment for Hiroki Ono.
And Hunter Coney says, "No, mate, who are you?" Coming through is Luis Miguel, followed by Rendy.
Yeah, good work here by Rendy, Dexter and Luis Miguel. Sharon Vishwanath there too, the number 4.
This is fascinating, and it reopens the championship. If Sartak can get himself a win, he'll close to within 10 points or so of Hiroki Ono. Ramdan leads coming through the line. The lead is nearly 3 seconds into the second group, led by number 8 Luis Miguel and number 10 Rendy.
Yeah, and he stole 2/10 from Sartak Chavan on that last time around.
He's half a second clear as well. 25 coming in, Dexter Alma. Good debut weekend for Dexter. It's amazing where they find the Indonesian racers from. Obviously such a huge country, there's events going on all over.
Stay behind me, it says Chirant Vishwanath. The universal signals that riders use when they want people to follow them to catch up rather than compete, and the universal signal which almost nobody takes any notice of.
We just heard from race control, there is no penalty to be introduced for what happened on the start line, a racing incident. So Hunter Corney has got a bit of a scalp to his name early on in his career.
Yeah, indeed.
Giggling, Hiroki Ono isn't.
No, he isn't. I'm sure that the polite young man that he is, he'll go along cap in hand to apologise to the master.
As they come round. Thing about this circuit, it looks very flowy, and the riders say it is very flowy. But once you go out onto the circuit, it's actually very deep. The turns are very deep, and there's a lot of work that you've got to do with your upper body and your core. Fitness is important on this circuit.
Yeah, very true, Des, and it also helps the taller riders because they've got longer levers to muscle their bikes around.
Coming through, it is still Luis Miguel leading this second group. Ramdan Rosley has posted the fastest lap time so far, 1:45.8. That was his last time. 1:45.2, the fastest time out on the track.
Shahari Dave there challenging Dexter, so he's also making a good impression. That's the number 23 behind the 25.
Hiroki Ono's just gone through the finish line, so he is midway through. He's going to accumulate, even if it's a couple of points, it may help. It'll take him beyond 150 for the season, which isn't a bad return.
Yeah, he's not on the pace, is he?
Last lap of 150.5. Front though. Tell you what, Sartak quietly has just stayed in the shadow of Ramdan Rosley.
He's got back up again. It's a very impressive race. In my estimation, that was the best race we saw from Sartak yesterday. Very mature, calculated ride, overcoming lots of pressure from two rivals, two really strong rivals, Rendi and Ramdan. Ramdan's in front of him at the moment.
Orapong Malawan, the man in charge of the TBS, he was saying, although Hiroki Ono's got the big lead in the championship, the real pride in the TBS camp is the number of racers who are on race time, and seeing the likes of Sartak Chaban and maybe Hunter Corney and Rendi get along with the big boys as well, and we're seeing exactly that.
We were talking about long levers. Sartak Chaban is a tall rider, a bit taller than Ramdan Rosley. Hunter Corney looks back there at Dexa. He's got Chirant behind him, and Shahari Dave behind him. So there's 5 riders running close together in that second group.
That's a good race. 9 Hunter Corney, just undertaken. Good acceleration there. Was that Dexa who went past him on the inside?
It was, yeah.
Dexa 25, Corney wants to avoid any more contact in this particular race, I would imagine.
Yeah, Chirant trying to find position in that group. Just got a few laps.
Chirant number 4. P5 yesterday, P6 in Motegi in race 2 after it did not start in the previous race in Sepang.
Yeah, the target time you were referring to just then, Des, was 1:45s, and Orapong, the project leader and inaugural champion back in 2022, is saying that that was the target that he had given them, and a lot more riders were getting into that bracket in warm-up this morning.
As they come through, Ono on his own at the back, but Sartak is the new race leader with 2 laps to go behind them. Hunter Corney is there behind Luis Miguel and Rendi. Hunter Corney leading the 3rd group of racers. And this is building up nicely. That group's interested in a P5. The 2 groups ahead of them of 2 riders each.
Sartak got his eyes on his second win of the season. Race 2 in round 1 at Buri Ram was the last time.
Well, focused here on Hunter Corney, the number 9. So we've got Corney, Vishwanath Dexa, Rakshit Shihari Dev and Jack McCabe. And these are the leaders, and it's Sartak Chaban leading the way. As you say, he's had 6 podiums in a row, but only one of them that win that you just mentioned.
Yeah, and that was a long look behind at Ramdan, and Ramdan seemed to say, what was that you're looking at? Because he then looked behind him. There's nobody to worry about behind Ramdan as far as these 2 are concerned.
2-second lead. There's the live championship.
Yeah. 53. Yeah, that would be right, because there was a 21-point lead for Hiroki Ono. So, yeah. So potential shocker, but Ramdan's got other ideas about that. He lost out to Sartak yesterday. He won't want to lose out again on race 2 Sunday.
Well, Sartak Chaban looking for a championship lead. That would be a bonus, but first he's got to get the race lead.
And he just lost it to the ever-present, indomitable Ramdan Rosley.
This is the final lap. Ramdan was biding his time there, and he's gone early on this lap as Ramdan Rosley. and he's pinched what's that? That's a good 3/4 of a second, and Sartak is being caught a little bit cold, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he was indeed. Each one of these riders has had one win this season. So let's see who is going to chalk up the second one. Sartak's caught back up now, he's going very wide. That didn't work.
Well, if it stays like this, if it stays Ramdan leading the way, Sartak would be 3 points behind Hiroki Ono, Ramdan just 2 points behind him. It really would make it a three-way battle for the championship with 4 races to go. But we've got this little race to work on first. This is big in the season. Ono is still going. He'll pick up 2 points. Who's going to pick up 25?
Ramdan looking really strong here, but look, that turn of speed from Sartak as he tries to go on the outside. He's going to try and block off Ramdan.
Ramdan nice and tight, round 16. What kind of a drive does he get out? Sartak looking for the inside track. Sartak on the inside. Oh, Sartak Javam. Has he landed this perfectly? It's so close. As they go over the finish line, it's been given by 7,000ths of a second to Ramdan Rosley. Just holds on over Sartak. Luis Miguel Rendi and Hunter Corney. 3, 4, 5. What a race.
Yeah, from just looking at the screen rather than out of the window, which I probably should have been, I thought that Sartak had that. Race result under a photo finish, but respect due, very much so, between the more experienced Ramdan Rosley and the up-and-coming Indian Sartak Chavan. What a race that was.
Well, he got it perfectly, seemingly, Sartak Chavan. Coming into the final turn, got it nice and tight. He accelerated away in the lead, definitely. And that short sprint to the line would have put him favourite to get over the line first. And you're quite right, this could be reversed. It's 7,000th of a second officially at the moment. Photo finish, Ramdan Rosley confirmed by, well, that's the width of a tyre.
Yeah, if that. So, congratulations to Ramdan, his second win of the season. Sartak's had a whole clutch of P2s as well.
That's 4 in a row now. 5 in a row. No, 4 in a row. Added to 2 P3s and that victory.
Yeah, this is a real solid season from Sartak, who was rapid but wild last year. Here are the results.
Ramdan Rosley takes it 7,000th of a second ahead of Sartak Javam. Luis Miguel well clear in third. That's good for Luis Miguel. It's a 3rd podium of the season, a 2nd, 3rd place that he's had. It'll pick him points. Rendi, really good weekend. A podium yesterday, 4 today. Hunter Corney, he'll remember today. He'll remember Mandalika, P5 for him. Chirant Vishwanath in 6th. Then Dexa Alma Alfarezel in 7th for Indonesia. Shahari Dave in 8th. If we go on to the second page, this is where we just need to confirm that Hiroki Ono did come through and will pick up points. If he did, he will retain the championship lead. If he didn't, he'll lose the championship lead. And it is real that Hiroki Ono did in fact finish a minute off, so the 2 points Hiroki will pick up for P14. Give him a 3-point lead in the championship. Oh.
Yeah.
Meantime, we are in the Parc Fermé, and it's all happiness. And cheers for Ramdan Rosley. After problems yesterday, he's bounced back for his 2nd win of the season and his 1st out of his home country.
Yeah, brilliantly done by the Malaysian. Sartak just knocking in those podium finishes. Gets congratulated there by Mr. Amit Arora, one of the Indian FIM officials here this weekend. And as ever, the Dunlop tyre engineers all over to take a look at where they're continuously developing. Big smiles there from Ramdan. I mean a lot, and that was really well done from Luis Miguel, who was not that far off the pace. There was a gap back, further 5 seconds behind was Rendi, the Papuan, and Daniel, as you can see, is waiting to talk to the winner.
So Ramdan, it's a special win for you this weekend, and what a way to win it. And you seem to have a lot of good memories in Mandalika, and now you've certainly made another one. Tell us about this race, because Sartak was piling the pressure the whole way.
Yeah, first I would like to thanks to the TVS crew that solved my mechanical problem yesterday, electronic. So I really hope yesterday I can also win the race, but suddenly I cannot make it. That made me really emotional and sad. But today I proved that I can win. Then this is win for Malaysia, and also to all my family, my wife, my son that are watching from home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramdan. Big congratulations.
Dramatic start to the TBS Asia One Make Championship. Hiroki Ono, bike number 1, taken out very early on by Hunter Corney, and the championship leader would recover to pick up 2 points, but had no chance of making 4 wins in a row by Russell.
No, and the bike was clearly hobbled. His best lap time was 1:50, so a brave ride to P14 from Hiroki Ono. But meanwhile, Ramdan Rosley really got away well, and Sartak Chavan was with him all the way, and there was a really good group battle just behind them. More riders competing with each other than we saw in race 1 yesterday.
Certainly was, but the Sartak versus Ramdan battle for P1 really was the one that decided it, and they're both looking back. Where are you all? And eventually Luis Miguel comes into the look, so they knew it was between those two. Behind them, really good battle there. Hunter Corney just pushed out. What an experience for him today. I'd love to see his emotions after today, the incident on the start line and then coming through. Sartak looked like he was going to take the victory, but this is National Day in Malaysia, and Malaysia are looking for something special, and Ramdan Rosley has given a lovely start today by Russell.
Yeah, he definitely has. This was good. You could see how much that win meant to him. He was disappointed yesterday, slipping back behind his rival Sartak in the standings, but came back really strongly today.
Coming on to the final turn, and this is where it looked like Sartak had done it beautifully. As they come in, we're approaching the final turn, Sartak goes in wide into 16, which means he can come out tight into 17. And Barry, it looked like here that he had it. He was in the lead.
Yeah, I absolutely thought he'd judged that perfectly, and even from this angle, it was hard to tell. But like I said, I should have been looking out of the window, not looking at the TV screen.
Ramdan Rosley, 7,000th of a second the difference, and in many ways that could be crucial for the season, because it genuinely makes it a three-way battle for this TBS title. I'm guilty of thinking that Hiroki Ono was guaranteed a place up at the top. It's not the case. Luis Miguel, another P3 for Luis. He's having a good season.
And your race winner,
Sartak Chaban. I hate this second place grid. I hate it. 4 in a row. And Ramdan Rosley. Few tears in the interview with Daniel Bogas. But victory and a place on the podium and a chance to listen to his national anthem, Negara Ku. There's still emotion there for Ramdan, isn't there? He's got experience, he's been through a lot in his career, but that one means a lot for him. Win number 2 of this season, runner-up in the championship last year.
He's such a strong competitor.
In third place,
Never
from
drops his
Spain,
head, even when he was
Luis
unable
Miguel.
to overcome Hiroki Ono for the whole season last year.
Kind of
In
a smile
second place,
from Luis Miguel.
from India,
Mr. Bimal Sumbli, the
Shraddha
Senior
Chauhan.
Vice President of the Premium Business of TVSM, hands out the awards. As I say, it's a
And
big
your
weekend.
Absolutely top-notch. Is Luis Miguel going to join? Yes, he is.
Wipe that smile off your face, Ramdan. I think it's going to be there all night.
Yeah, very well earned. And the next time, he'll be in his home race.
This is how close it is at the top. Ono still has the championship lead, but look at that. 3 points clear of Sartak Shaban, only 5 points clear of Ramdan Rosley. And we've got 4 races to go. And we're in Malaysia for the next 2 races before we end in Thailand and Podium. Luis Miguel, this is a healthy season for him. 99 points for the debutant from Spain. Hunter Corney will remember Mandalika. Chirant Vishwanath on 73 points. Hasn't really built on his fine weekend in Sepang. He'll be looking for better next time out. Rendi, terrific weekend for the Papuan. Kim Min-jae, not quite at the pace this weekend, the young man from Korea Republic.
So apart from that win by Ramdan,
one heck of a way to start our day's entertainment. 5 races in the day, 1 done, and a bit of a surprise in there, and a real championship to look forward to. But if you think that is close, wait until you see the Underbone 150cc's. 32 races, no space on the circuit. It is chaos personified. The Asia Road Racing Championship returns in just a couple of minutes' time from the Mandalika International Circuit in Lombok.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
very warm welcome back to the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. We are in Lombok in Indonesia at the fine Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. It's our third visit to this excellent circuit, and the sun has come with us once again. And the Underbone 150cc belongs to Indonesians. The first 3 in the championship standings are all from Indonesia. The main man is Husni Zainal Fauzi, who's had 5 first places and a second in 7 races so far. But yesterday there was a little bit of an upset in that Husni did not win. Alongside Barry Russell, we'll look back at the best of yesterday's race. Yeah, race 1 yesterday, and we're keeping an eye on number 143, Husni Zainal Fauzi, but the real man to look out for was Dimas Juliat Moko. Bike number 202, Barry, has been brilliant job this weekend. Problems for Nazrul Izzat, a former champion, but it's the race tech men who really shone yesterday.
Early exit there you saw for one of the Cardinals machines. And yeah, the other rider crashing there, I beg your pardon, was April King Moscado. But that still left quite a few bikes in the hunt.
It certainly does. And 32 bikes on the start grid, and it gets very congested and very tactical the longer this season has gone on. Nobody's really making a break for it because it's impossible to break away in this group.
Yeah, but those 2 high-vis yellow Yamahas of the Racetech 60, Wayuaji Trilaksana, and the brilliant Dimas Juliat Moko, who, as you said, Des, he was at the top all the way through Friday. He smashed the qualifying lap record on Saturday morning, and then went on to make the day even more perfect.
Yeah, he and his colleague, Wayuaji Trilaksana, in the easy-to-spot lime green. We're getting down to the business end of the race here, and 202 still heavily involved. Going off, wow, that was a big moment for, was it Adichie?
Yeah. Adichie doing such a good job on that Honda right up until that point. And still always there. He looked jittery before the start, but Husni Zainal Fauzi kept himself right in the hunt all the way through.
He's leading at this stage as they come into the final corner. You think, oh, he's going to make it 5 wins out of 5, but look at the race tech man. Takes that inside line, short sprint to the finish line, and it's by a narrow margin. Dimas Juliat Moko from Racetech 60, who took the victory and 3rd place in the championship standings.
Yeah, warm hugs between Wayuaji and Dimas Juli as they crossed the line there. Wayuaji was 4th, so what a day for Racetech 60.
Really is remarkable, the consistency of those teams, because whatever the circuit, and this is a complex circuit, but whatever the circuit, they seem to have the acceleration just right coming into the final straights.
Yeah, most of the circuits we go to, we were discussing this off air earlier on, have short runs to the line, so getting the timing right, getting the gear ratios right. But Daniel is on the grid, so let's see who he's going to be talking to.
So it's properly toasty hot for the Underbone 150 grid. I just saw Sal cutting across and checking the tire temps and, sorry, the track temps, because it is really intense. The wind is not as strong as it was yesterday, so let's have a chat with poleman and winner yesterday, Dimas Juli. So I'll translate the question for Dimas as well. So Dimas, perfect weekend so far. Winning is never easy on Underbone 150. Did you make any changes for the bike in race 2? So akhir pekan yang sempurna sejauh ini, kemenangan di UB 150 memang tidak pernah mudah. Apakah Dimas akan melakukan perubahan untuk perlombaan 2 ini?
Terutama saya tetap bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Di race 2 ini saya tetap memakai strategi, tetapi dengan di race 2 ini ada persiapan yang sangat saya revisi dari race 1. Semoga di race 2 ini bisa memberikan hasil yang terbaik dan berkat izin Allah.
So the shorter version of that is he has a revised setup from race 1 to race 2, and he's hoping that he's going to have the same strategy to win this time again. Thank you so much, Dimas. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to go to P3 on the grid with somewhat of a veteran in this class. I think I just disturbed the photo there, apologies. But we're going to have a chat with Cardinals Racing rider Ahmad Fazil Sham. So, Fazil, it's been a strong performance for you this week, and you were once again strong in Mandalika, but in the race it was a bit more of a battle than we expected. Can you tell us what are you expecting for today and what happened yesterday?
Oke,
Okey, perlumbaan dekat sini memang agak susah sikit bagi saya kerana dengan litar yang agak susah. Jadi saya rasa performa motor agak okey. Cuma berpantukan pada rider, saya rasa saya kena perform lebih untuk second race ni.
So what you're saying was this is a tricky track to ride on. It's always going to be a tricky challenge here. So the bike is performing well. It's just really down to the rider to decide on when to attack and when to make a move. So thank you so much, Fazrul. Back to you, Desmond.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Yeah, it is heating up down there. Definitely, you can feel the track temperature getting up. And Ahmed Fazrul Sham, 22nd yesterday, having been third on the grid. Normally he copes with adversity. Yesterday he had problems around the Mandalika.
Yeah, he was inexplicably struggling because, yeah, as you said, Daz, he's normally close to the front.
In the meantime, Aditya Fauzi, he's another one who went out yesterday. He's had a decent season, Aditya. He's 6th in the championship standings. Indonesians have 6 of the top 8 in the championship. Malaysia, 3 of the top 9. Kavita Krishna, former champion, experienced campaigner, 1 win this season, capable of winning anywhere.
Indeed, yeah. A man never to be counted out. And the number 183, he's been a really good wildcard entry this weekend, Anris Wanto.
Yeah, he was taken out in the last lap yesterday in an incident. That was the same incident with Aditya Fauzi, wasn't it? After him being very competitive.
So let's hope he keeps it shiny side up today, because it's good to see riders on Hondas doing well. Daniel Damar, he's been another wildcard revelation, perhaps one to watch for the future. Always remembering that Husni Zainal Fauzi we first saw here in the Asia Road Racing Championship as a wildcard.
As is Shirkat Sauki for GG Gallag Racing Team.
That's my favourite named racing team, it is, yeah.
Gallag, as I said, it was in the same car.
So John Emerson Ingito always enjoys his racing, always competitive. Due another podium, I think, John Emerson Ingito.
That's the camera that John Emerson Ingito is carrying for us. Thank you, Mr. Engineer, for getting right in the way of our shot. As we carry on.
Yeah, Waiwaji Trilaksana, the owner of Racetech 60 Racing, he was equally as delighted, it seemed, as Dimas Juliet Moko when his rider won yesterday. Wayu finishing 4th.
This is the championship leader, Husni Zainal. What a season. First, 4th, first, second.
And he's quite calm. I took the opportunity to talk to him during the pit walk today, and he's as calm and happy as I've seen him. So the twitchiness we saw perhaps early yesterday and on Friday seems to have gone. He's never twitchy, this one.
And Afif Ahmed Aziz, their teammates, but he's not had the best of races. The last 2 races have accumulated just 1 single point for Akid Aziz. As we just take you to have a look at the current standings, mentioning Akid Aziz, he's in P5. The championship leader, Husni Zainal, has a big lead. And so Malaysians will be hoping, and the others will be hoping, that they can dig into that. There is the lead. Husni 74 points clear of Fahmi Bassam, last year's champion. Dimas Juliet Moko will be looking for a win double. And then you've got the pit spike duos, the twins almost. Afif Ahmed and Akid Aziz, they race together in Capri, they race together in MSBK, they're racing together here. They're almost joined at the hip. Aditya Fauzi, MP6, and the experience of Gupita and Wayu Haji. Gosh, there's some good racers there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, and after the uniformity of the first race of the afternoon, we're treated to the kaleidoscopic colours of 32 underbone racers.
It really is. We'll talk you through the 32 and their positions on the grid as they start their formation lap. Now, this could be the crowning for Husni Zainal, or it could be the start of a fight back from the rest of the pack. The Zia team, the Zia LFN team, they work so hard though on getting things just right, and how often Husni appears in the right place at the right time. Even yesterday, he got it absolutely right. up until the last 100 metres.
Yeah, and then he only got it slightly wrong. Fahmi Bassam, defending champion, another good race for him, but he finished behind.
32 engines, even 150 underbones make a heck of a din as they just take off on their formation lap. Beneath us, Dimas Juliet Moko. Record lap time for this category in qualification. Dimas Juliet Moko in P1 for Race Tech 60 alongside Fahmi Bassam, the defending champion, and the top Malaysian Ahmad Fazrul Sham for Cardinals Racing.
Yeah, the very rapid Honda of Aditya Fauzi starts fourth. Next to him, double champion Gavita Krishna Wardana and Amris Wanto. Exciting wildcard outside of him.
Of new additions, Daniel Damar from Yamaha LFN in P7 alongside Shirat Shauki from GG Galak Racing Team, just to say it again. Then John Emerson and Gito, the fast Filipino who's got the camera strapped to the back of his bike.
Some real distinguished people on row 4. Wayoji Trilaksana, Husni Zainal Fauzi, 5 wins and a second and a fourth. Akidaziz outside of him.
2 ex-champions. Agir Farrell in P13 ahead of Ahmad Afif Amran in 14th, and Hendra Rizadi for Osaka Race Tech Racing Team. He's 15th, bike 279.
And the number 27, Ardev Arshad, starts 16th. Next to him, Hafiz Faril Rashidan and Pirapong Louis Bumpeng for Team One for All, the only tie in this championship. Starts 18th.
It's a big grid. Wawanwello back in ARRC. Welcome back for RMF Trans Racing as a wild card. Mohamed Febriansa for T1 for All. An all Indonesian row 7 made up by Jordan Badaru for Galang 28 Racing Team.
And on row 8 we've got NJ Sobratodo, the Filipino rider, starts 22nd. 23rd is Nazrul Izzat Bahauddin, the 2023 champion, and Badli Ayatollah Masarong for Maestro NWN. Starts 24th.
Row 9, Ahmad Darwisi from Astrimo Uzi Asia team, the Malaysian alongside April King Mascara, who's had a difficult time at Mandalika on the Yamaha for UMA Yamaha Philippine Racing Team. Kiki Sudaman on the SND factory racing machine is in P27.
And on the 10th row we've got Shawal Shazras for Astrimo Uzi Asia team. Afizi Sapat on the Vosges 25 machine, and Masato Fernando starts 30th.
Tenku Amril Hafaruddin on the Vosges, just looking to get some decent times in for Vosges Racing, and Shamil Amshar Effendi, who went out yesterday early on the Cardinals factory racing. He's number 31 in P number 32. And that was perfectly timed, because in their formation lap they're just assembling back in their positions on the grid. 8 laps of the track. The last racers just getting in position. Right beneath us in the commentary box, which is right above the finish line.
In the centre of the screen there, Fahmi Bassam. He's got something to say about this championship. Fazrul outside of him, looking for a much better race today.
Again, a long hold, red lights. We are underway. It's a sluggish start, but Ahmad Fazrul Sham's got away quite nicely, thank you very much. Alongside Fahmi Bassam, 2-2-2. You can't win a race from the start, but it certainly helps your confidence to get off to a decent start, Barry.
Yeah, absolutely, and absolutely barreling through was, from several rows back, was Wayoaji Trilaksana. He's right behind his teammate who started from pole. Dimas Juli is in P3, or he was when he went out of camera shot. Oh, he still is.
Gupita Krishna also off to a decent start, but there's Ahmad Fazrul Sham. Well, I said you can't accelerate away in underbone. It's very difficult to. But these front two are trying to get away, but then, just like the peloton, they close in behind them. And they're going up into the wind. We measured it at 14 kmph, the wind coming up. Oh, Ahmad Fazrul is taken way off the racing line.
Yeah, he went on the green then, but it wasn't his fault, but he's dropping back.
It drops him 14 places. It is chaotic.
Yeah. And Gupita Krishna taking a turn at the front.
Now, all bar 7 of these racers received fines this morning for not wanting to show their hand in the warm-up. Everybody was on a go slow, and it caused 1 or 2 problems for the 7 racers who weren't fined, who wanted to put in some practice time and some fast lap times. It just shows you how tactical this category has become.
Yeah, it certainly does. Yeah, it was a really bizarre warm-up session this morning, but the guys are putting on some fantastic entertainment right now, so we forgive them.
I also need to tell you, though, that 2 racers got a ride-through penalty because of their involvement. Number 178, Kiki Sudaman, and number 88, Mohamed Fabriancha, Team One for All. They've got to run a long lap penalty. Now they're expected to be in the top areas. Oh, the race tech man. Was that Wayuaji in trouble? Somebody, yeah, bike 60 was just pointing down to some engine problems. We'll keep an eye on that. Now then, what has been a great weekend could turn into a difficult one now for Race Tech 60.
Yeah, let's see what happened there. He's still on his bike.
But he's a long way down, Wayuaji. Dimas Juliet Moko is in the mix. Aditya Fauzi leading the way with Gupita Krishna and Shirat and Andrizwanto. The wild cards also in that mix.
Yeah, FIM ran, making his presence felt as well.
Shamal Amshar did not start for bike number 31. As the
really out wide there for the championship leader. Zainal, he slots into about P6.
Just keep an eye out for Husni Zainal. He just keeps himself in the pack.
He's currently alongside or just behind the number 222, the LFN machine, while Fahmi Bassam, defending champion after a fantastic 2024. He's actually had a really good 2025, but it doesn't hold a candle to
Husni.
Yeah, what Husni's been doing.
Indeed. A reminder, Husni Zainal, like 143. He's the man really to look for. Another good result for him, and in many ways he ties up the title. 125 points still to race for, but he's, what was it, 80 clear?
74, I think. But across the line they come this time, and they are led by yesterday's race winner, Dimas Juli, and Riswanto. Here again, Badaru, as he crosses the line 4th.
Well, Husni Zainal was right in there, 143, the pink livery. We're following him, a pink livery, purple livery. We're following him. There he is, just in the middle of that pack, looking very, very comfortable.
Yeah, John Emerson Gito, our cameraman, is up near the front as well.
Rizanto, easy to pick out. Oh, mistake by Gupita. You make a quarter mistake and 3 bikes go past you.
That's it, if you're lucky. You're still dropping back, Gupita.
Just looking on the... Well, Akira Aziz is a long way down. Wayu Aji Trilaksana, a long, long way down.
Yeah, it must be a problem for Wayu Aji.
8 laps of the track that we've got. Just make yourself available on the last lap, almost on the last 3 or 4 corners, to be in a position to attack the front. That's the way. Ahmed Afi Farman decides, no, I want to attack the front now.
Dimas Juli sat right up road to the outside of the track and let more than 10 bikes past him. So I think perhaps he's just doing a survey, I'm not sure. Doesn't seem to be any problem.
Shot shows them coming in from the ocean, from the Indian Ocean, into this very technical and deceptively difficult right-hand corner, and then you've just got to position yourself. Rehearsal time. Mohamed Afi Farman.
Oh, and down goes, not again, Masato Fernando.
He's had a tough time, Fernando.
He can't get a run of luck at all.
And April King Moscado as well, the 2 Filipinos. Oh, it's been a wretched weekend for April King.
Yeah, Sato Fernando is still creaking, he told me, from yesterday's get-off. Feeling the impact. So very unfortunate for the two Filipino riders. Back at the front, Idemitsu FIM on the JPNW SND Honda. He's right up there at the front. That's Sato Fernando. Feeling very bashed up. Let's take a look at what happened. There, right in the middle there. I think he was clipped.
April King went much earlier.
Yeah, I don't think that was a connected incident.
What he's got up okay. He balanced these fellas, remarkable. Afif Amram still in that leading group at 177. Idemitsu FIM is there. Afif for the pit spike team. The Malaysian, we've had one Malaysian winner already today, and it is an important day, Merdeka Day for Malaysians.
Talking of Malaysians, Nazarul Izzat has moved himself up into P4 after starting from about row 10 or something.
Just need to tell you guys watching that shot, we are working here, you know. It's
So the long lap penalties for the slow riding this morning have been duly done by the miscreants.
Kiki is down in 26th place. 88 also done his penalty. As we come through, Idemitsu FIM leading the way. 145 is one of the wild cards. That's Daniel Dama for the Yamaha LFM 969 team. He's a replacement rider, actually not a wild card. Afif Amram and John Emerson and Gito in the mix. And your pal, the Thai, Pitapong, in the top 5, Barry.
Yep, he was telling me earlier how difficult it is to get up to the front. Well, he's having a good go at it. 1.5 seconds separates number 1 to number 15, which is about a normal gap for underbone racing, as regular watchers will know.
Well, it means that the kind of incident that we saw with Masato and April King Moscato, it becomes routine, and that's what you've got to avoid. It's defensive riding. Another problem was that Dimas Julie. Well, Dimas Julie goes through, but another problem there for Wayuaji Trilaksana.
Yeah, problems there. I think that's our championship leader going through to the front.
43 is the bike that we're looking for, Husni Zainal Fauzi. There he is.
Yeah, the artistic graphics they've done the number with are actually not that easy to read for people of my age.
I'm fine.
There we go.
Goes through, and the lime green of Dimas Juliet Moko alongside of him. They were 1 and 2 yesterday. They're 1 and 2 today, but there's still 3 laps to go. There's a long way to go in this race. Aditya, and look out for Daniel Dama. There's some high quality wildcards in this race. 202 leads the way as they come around turn 17 and the short sprint for home. Dimas decides he wants to come on the pit side.
Fahmi Bassam there as well. Oh, and that's the
Arn Rizwanto, was it?
that's Arn Rizwanto. So he's been rapid, but pretty much luckless this weekend. Hope we see him again.
I wonder if Akid Aziz is going to make a show at any stage. It's about now that the number 13 normally likes to show a little bit of interest, but at the moment
his teammate is ahead of him in this pack, in the top 8 or 9.
Building up nicely once again to a finale.
Oh.
The Uma Racing bikes, the purple.
It's not Nazrul, I think. It's Ardib. Maybe Ardib Ashad. We'll see shortly. Pirapong, Nu Bin Peng, the sole Thai, takes the leading position for now.
See, one for all. Coming towards us.
Number 24 leads number 222. And number 202 of yesterday's race winner.
279, a final warning for breaching track limits. That's Hendra Ruzadi from Wasaka Race Tech. He's one of the also runs at the moment. So now then, we're getting towards the business end of activities. Dimas Julie once again just settles himself nicely.
Ooh. And
that's a save.
That's badly Ayatollah Masarong. He saved that well. That was a combination of skill and determination. I'm not going to go down. And he held it up. Fahmi Bassam leads them across the line this time. And Pirapong fighting back on the outside.
Fahmi Bassam it was who had the lead by 2:22. Fahmi, the defending champion, second in the title this year. We are aboard John Emerson Ngito there. Ahmed Afif Amram makes a move as well. He's looking to see if Akid Aziz is closer. He's getting into the top 15, Akid. But how about this? This is Ahmed Afif Amram trying to pull away from the rest.
Yeah, he did this at about this point yesterday, didn't he?
Tried to.
And he's the only rider that either of us can remember ever actually pulling it off a few years ago in Buriram.
But look how instantly mobbed they are.
Absolutely, yeah.
Again, another problem for Wayuaji Trilaksana going way off the racing line. He's having a difficult time, Wayuaji, but he's still in the mix.
And his protege, Dimas Julie, is there.
Yeah, you make a mistake, you're in trouble. 177, that's the bike of...
Yeah, that's the Honda of Aditya Fauzi. Showing well all the way through, as he did yesterday. An unfortunate late crash for him.
SND Factory Racing. He can't afford to crash today.
Aditya last year was the other rider in Race X60. Had such a brilliant season. Distinct championship.
This is Underbone. We're coming into the penultimate lap. Dimas Julie is rather blocked off there around that tight right turn 16 into place. This Aditya Fauzi looking far better placed than he did yesterday. Admittedly, it was only on the last lap that he was forced out, but he will be leading from Ahmed Afif Amram and Husni Zainal. Husni Zainal's worst result in 7 races this season, a P4. He's had a P2 and 5 P1s, bike 143.
I'll tell you who I could see his brain working as he came down the home straight then. That's Afif Amram, the number 50. He's looking to do something special.
Well, that's Afif's team, the Pits bike team. Wondering if Ahmed Afif Amram's able to really make this a good day for Malaysia. They'll be hoping so.
Oh, and there goes one of the LFN machines.
Not one of the leaders.
No.
Aditya. No, Aditya is there.
Look at Afif Amram. He's there. Wayuaji has somehow got himself back up.
Been a remarkable race for Wayuaji. This is the final lap. Wayuaji's just squeezed outside. Oh, this is going to be a race for the line. What are we, midway through the final lap of the Underbone 150cc? All the big names are still involved. Dimas Juliet Moko on the tail of, was that the team?
Fahmi. It's Fahmi.
Fahmi, okay.
So he's defending. He needs to finish in front of Husni. Yeah, there he is, the 222. Fahmi Bassam. Dimas Julie all over him and alongside him and ahead of him.
Turn 16. Dimas Juliet Moko looking for a 1-2. Is he able to get there? Oh, he's gone wide. Fahmi's gone through. Fahmi can't work it. Look who's coming through. Unbelievable. And the short sprint for the line. And the victory by the narrowest the margin has gone to Dimas Juliet Moko over Husni Zainal. Husni got through into P1. But Dimas Julie's accelerated away, got the better drive at the final corner, and it's a win double for Dimas Juliet Moko.
Wow.
How?
It was such a job to see, and I admonished myself for not looking out of the window last time in the TVS race. I made the same mistake this time because I was on my feet and I couldn't see past the screen. But another very, very close finish, 26 thousandths that time. But very difficult to pick out on screen. Perfect weekend. He smashed the qualifying record. He won race 1. Now he's won race 2 for Race Tech 60. And although Wayuaji in the end slipped back to P15, he's going to be delighted with what his man has done. Absolutely phenomenal. And Husni Zainal Fauzi. Oh, let's take another look at this. There he is.
Gosh.
He hits the line.
Gosh.
Yeah.
That's 1, 2, 3 going through. Photo finish, Dimas Juliet Moko. It's a repeat. Gosh, it's just a repeat of yesterday's result, which makes it sound very boring. I promise you, that was not boring. Dimas Juliet Moko, a win double.
Yeah, 36 thousandths separating the first 3. This is Underbone Racing.
It's nuts.
And this is why so many people around the world watch it. And if you are in somewhere other than Indonesia or Asia more broadly, then it was worth staying up or getting up early or whatever you've done to watch that. That was a fantastic race. The crowd can't quite believe what they've just seen.
Now, it's pretty routine. Wins by thousandths of seconds. This one, actually hundredths of seconds. Gosh, it's positively massive victory for Dimas Juliet Moko. 0.026 of a second clear of Husni Zainal in a repeat of yesterday's close finish. Fahmi Bassam on the Yamaha LFM, a 0.036 down. This is an unofficial result. We're still waiting for confirmation about the photo finish. Daniel Damar, terrific for Yamaha LFM. They've got it right. Hafiz Farrell, the 5th Indonesian. Ahmad Afif Amram coming through in 6th for Pittsbike. John Emerson and Gito. 7th was Gupita Krishna, 8th Aditya Fauzi. John Emerson and Gito ahead of Agia Farrell. Akira Ziz 11th, Pirapong 12th. Nazrul Izzat down in 13th position. At least some points for him. Gosh, it's a busy old day. April King got up after his crash to finish. Tenku Amrul, he finished. But Darwisi, Ade Barsiad, Henri Zwanto, Wawanwelo, Masato Fernando and Shamal Amsar, none of those finished the race.
Inevitably, there's going to be quite a bit of attrition when you've got 32 underbone maniacs on the track. But I think no injuries, and I think Dimas Juli can hardly believe it himself as we look down there from the drone.
Well, Husni Zainal looked like he'd timed it to perfection, but for the second race today, we've seen going into 16, going into 17 in the lead doesn't necessarily mean you hit the finish line on the lead.
Yeah, that's so true. And once again, Fahmi Bassam, who finished a magnificent 3rd, must be wondering, what do I have to do? What do I have to do to get in front of Husni?
He's had 4 podiums in the last 5 races and finished behind Husni Zainal on each of those 4 podiums.
It's championship form from the champion, Fahmi Bassam. And a perfect weekend as he gets wrapped in the Indonesian flag. Was Indonesia in the first 5 places. In 6th was Afif Amran, who gave it everything on Malaysia Day. Okay, so let's take a look once again at what happened there.
Race 2 of the weekend in the Underbone 150cc at the Mandalika circuit in Lombok. And that kaleidoscope of colour gets underway. We were keeping a very close eye on the lime green, the particularly easy to pick out lime green of Dimas Juliet Moko. Not thinking, perhaps believing, but not thinking that it'd be as close as yesterday's race. In many ways it was. Behind him, constant change of lead. we had Fahmi Bassam showing, we had Afif Amram showing, Aditya Fauzi showing, but all the while, Dimas Juliet Moko was close.
Oh, there's the luckless Masato Fernando and April King Riscado going down.
Back up to the front. And bike 25 has a moment in the limelight. The Indonesian John Emerson Ngito, who would finish a little bit further down in P9. Midway through the race now. Yes, there's attrition, but the guys who are up the very top stay out of problems somehow, Barry Russell.
Yeah, they did, and there was the 143 there or thereabouts, as he was yesterday, showing no signs of pressure to clinch the championship. Championship will keep going. Fahmi Bassam, although he's lost out again today by a few points, is still in the hunt. And Dimas Juli is putting himself in the hunt too.
Well, he'll be just 3 points behind Fahmi Bassam, but they're 78 points behind the championship leader, Husni Zainal. Here we're coming with 3 laps to go. So all kinds of track limits being abused by, well, not just 279, but several of the racers.
And once again, we saw a really good performance on the JPMW SND Honda of Aditya Fauzi. You can see there at the front, just ahead of Afif Amram, who turned out to be the best of the non-Indonesians today.
Comes on to the final lap. Pits bike hoping, praying perhaps, that they can get something. But this is the corner where it all changed. It's so tight. Dimas Juli looks like he's been pushed out too wide, but then he takes the inside line, gets the better drive out, and is just able to accelerate away. It's not even coming out of the slipstream. He's just got that extra acceleration to take it by a gargantuan 0.024 of a second. Back-to-back wins for Dimas Juli at Moko. It's his third podium of the season.
Fahmi Bassam looked almost angry as he was crossing the line. He flung his left arm out in frustration. He's regained his composure now.
As you say, it's still been a great season. 5 podiums in 8 races is not a bad season. And yet, he's 78 points off the championship lead. Second applause for Husni Zainal, who increases his lead at the top of the standings. But a weekend to remember for Dimas Juli. He was quite emotional after his race win yesterday. Far more flamboyant, and it's just smiles at the moment as his Race Tech 60 team will pick up the team prize as well. And we will have the national anthem of Indonesia to celebrate the victory for Dimas Juli at Moko. Well, sung with gusto, sung with pride. It's all about the sport. Stefan Grappier, FIM Asia President, to hand out the awards to the top 3 Indonesians who are utterly bossing this season's Underbone 150cc Championship. None more so than the man who surely will take the title. 78 points clear with 4 races only to go, 100 points only to go.
Well, very well deserved weekend. Dimas Juliat Moko won't forget this in a hurry. Leslie Zainal, 5 wins, 2 seconds.
Let's introduce you to Mr. Hideaki Hattori, the general manager of PT Idemitsu Lube Indonesia. Goes to Racetech 60 Racing. Again, a big shout out and a thank you to Idemitsu. They provide the lubricants. They've been real supporters of the Asia Road Racing Championships for a number of years now. And their support is absolutely vital, as are all the sponsors that you can see listed down the left-hand side of that presentation board. And of course, the governing body, FIM Asia. It's not easy to put on these races. All kinds of hidden obstacles and hurdles. But this is what it's all about, the athletes getting their moment in the spotlight and bringing great sporting news which they can share around the country. Standings. After 8 of 12 races, Husni Zainal Fauzi, 178 points, 78 clear of Fahmi Bassam, who's had a really good season already. Dimas Juli Abmoko from Racetech 60 Racing, great weekend today, 50-point weekend for him. He's in P3 on 97. Amadafi Famran, 75 points. Aditya Fauzi moves up to 62, just ahead of the Zir LFN of Gupita Krishna. That's a great weekend for Racetech and for the Zir teams. Pittsbike Superfast team with Akid Aziz. Well, they've got 2 in the top 7, but not the best from Akid. Waya Ajit Trilaksana from Racetech. They're celebrating the win double. Okay, let's get some reaction to that exhausting and thrilling race. Daniel Bogas is down, I think, somewhere near the park for me.
So Dimas, an absolutely perfect weekend for your home race in Indonesia, but the battle was intense for race 2, way more serious than in race 1. So please tell us about this race and how you're feeling.
Ya, untuk terutama saya syukur alhamdulillah masih bisa menjadi yang terbaik di race 2. Alhamdulillah dari race 1 saya juga ada di podium pertama, di race 2 ini podium pertama. Saya sangat berterima kasih kepada tim, owner, mekanik yang terutama yang sangat bekerja keras, pit crew, dan untuk juga istri saya tercinta dan anak saya yang udah datang sini support. Untuk ayah saya 52, alhamdulillah Dimas berada di urutan pertama lagi. Terima kasih.
So he was saying that he's grateful for this result and he's happy that he managed to get the result in both races. He's thankful to the team, to the mechanics, the crew, and also to his wife and his child at home, and also to his father once again. The message that he's #1 again. Congratulations, Dimas. What a great weekend.
Thanks, Daniel. Yes, on that happy note, on that happy family note, we will head off to a break. 2 pretty decent races so far, and we've got 3 more to come. When we come back, the AP250s, which is almost as competitive and crazy as the Underbone 150s, that is coming your way. Don't go too far away. This is the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships from Mandalika in Lombok, Indonesia.
Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
We welcome you back to Indonesia. This is the Mandalika International Circuit. It is round 4 of the Asia Road Racing Championships. 2 more rounds to come. We head to Malaysia and Sepang and then end the season at Buriram. But that means that we've got 1 more race here at Mandalika in 3 more categories. And starting with the AP 250cc's, where in race 1 yesterday, there was plenty to talk about. Best of the action from race 1 yesterday, belated start. Murable Vitoni, very, very quick. We were looking for 157 to make a strong move. Barry Russell alongside Des Corkill in the commentary yesterday and today. Murable would have an interesting day on the track, Barry Russell.
He certainly did. He smashed the lap record for qualifying and was pushing and close to the front all the way through, almost all the way through the race.
But the real story would turn out to be the championship leader, Fadila Arbi Aditama, the Indonesian on the Astra Honda. Well, he had a rev cut, but he was always up near the front, having made a great start.
There goes Skittled That is the end of the race.
That's Murable, wasn't it?
For Murable, yep. He is all right. There's a rider who got himself in lots of incidents. Number 88 of Chandra Hermawan. And the number 44 of T.Y. Antares, that's Rish Takahira, Japanese rider in for the Chinese team, looking for his first podium, pushing so hard all the way through. Kritapat Kenkum, the number 39, the rising star from Thailand, was pushing all the way, second in the championship at the start of the race.
Mentioned 44 and 88, though they get themselves involved in an incident on the final lap. Fadila has got himself in the lead. Those behind him are really trying to push. And have a look at this as Kritipak goes on the inside. Reach Takahira, 44, as Chandra looks over his shoulder. He's got every reason to look over his shoulder because they're both going down.
Yeah, down goes the 44 and down goes the 88. But the composure of Fadila Arbi Aditama throughout that kept himself out of trouble, took a brilliantly judged race win.
So that was yesterday. Fadila Arbi, a 4th win of the season. It increased his lead in the championship to 30 points. And we've now got just 125 points to race for. But that's catchable. Kritapat, another good performance from the Thai. That's a 16 points, 3rd place yesterday. Means it's 3 podiums in the last 4 races for Kritipat. This circuit, very challenging. Plenty of places where, as we saw, you can come a cropper, Barry.
Yeah, long, tight turns. These corner speed really important, and Daniel is on the grid, so let's go down there with him. We might be too late there with the grid interviews.
Actually, Daniel's being kicked off. You can see he's just walking there. Daniel Bogus, sorry, son. Have a wasted walk in the heat. 1 minute to go. Well, this came up quickly. I tell you what, the reaction to the last race took so long to go through. I think that might have caught us all a little bit by surprise, certainly me. But a little bit chaotic down. 1 minute to go. Murable Vitoni, though, he had such a terrific qualification and such a spectacular exit yesterday. He's certainly one I'm looking for today.
Yeah,
and Kritipat as well, who we mentioned.
Yeah, his rookie season for him. Such a good pick by LFN to bring him up from underbones to 250s.
In many ways, it's the classic development that you want. You want guys moving from AP, the underbones up to the 250s and onwards the 600s. Here is the grid. Murabil on pole ahead of Daniel Shami, who picked up second place yesterday for UMA Racing. Malaysian was very, very quick. Fadila Abi, he won the race for Astra Honda Racing. He's the championship leader by 30 points.
On road 2, qualifying fourth is Reach Takahira for TY Antares. Threw it away while trying to get his first podium yesterday. Galanghendra Prasamar, great to see him. He starts P5. Irfan Ardiansha ended up 7th, but always a threat.
Kritipat Kyungkum, Yamaha Thailand Racing. Keep a lookout for him. 3rd yesterday, podiums in 3 of the last 4 races. Chanda Herman can't be as bad as yesterday. He crashed out late on. And Izam Iqmal, Victor Racing Team, terrific season. He's number 3 in the championship standings.
And on row 4, we've got 2 Kawasaki's. The first of them, Andy Fadley. And splitting them is Irfan Haikal and Aiki Yoshi on the other Kawasaki starts 12th.
On row 5, Faris Putra Fadil, very good performance from Fadil yesterday for Cardinals Factory Racing. Chao Vietnam acquired P13 for the Honda Racing Vietnam rider. And Johan Zambeo on the Yamaha for the Carglass Club, Carglass team, is a wild card bike 222.
In number 16, running the 99, is a very distinguished guest rider, Gary Salim, former champion. Kevin Kintel starts next to him, and Team One for All's Gao Jiang starts outside of him.
Davino Brittani from Astra Honda Racing, youngster in P19, bike number 24, alongside Nhan Huy Tri from Honda Racing Vietnam, their second rider, and Aljaz Aksal for Yamaha Baf Yamalube team, the Indonesian, bike 69.
On row 8, Shunchen Zhang for TY Antares, team owner, starts 22nd, 23rd Fadil Al Ghassani Priyadi, and Alfred Jacob Sablai, the Filipino rider, starts 24th.
We keep on going. Row 9 next, where we have Johan Reeves Emmanuel, who came off this morning in the warm-up for Idemitsu Honda Racing Indonesia. And Tonam Pu for Estremo Yuzi Asia team is in P26. And bike number 68, Singapore's sole representative here this weekend, Jazil Jaraimi for Team ACR. He's on P27.
From China on row 10 is Liu Guangyuan. And next to him, Hong Kong's Leong Nangzi. And for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, number 571, Fadil Musyavi. Well, I think that's everybody.
It is. Just the 30. Not going to be crowded at all. Not expecting any incident at all.
Well, incident-packed it was yesterday. Nobody unduly knocked around in the process, which is, of course, the main thing.
Keen to look at the Kawasaki's. Andy Mohammed Fadli, you mentioned. Also, Iyoshi on the Kawasaki's. This, in theory, should be a track that suits them, because you've got a chance it flows. But it didn't quite work out. Although they were encouraging performances by the men in green, didn't quite come off. Arby, last in position. 3rd on the grid. Bike number 93, championship leader. The others have got to make a move now. 10 laps of the Mandalika circuit. Race 8 of 12 of the season. Our drone gives us the perfect view of a lovely, solid, clean start from Murabil Vitoni. He leads the line as they go down into the first corner at the end of the long straight. He's taken Daniel Shami with him. But it's Murabil who will go there first. Also a good start from Galang Hendra Pratama, bike 56.
Yeah, he came through well from row 2. So you got 157, 56 and 57 in the first 3.
All wearing blue. That makes it easy. All on the blue, but it's a solid start. I like that.
Yeah, RB in P4, sorry Des.
RB still has the rev cuts, so has to just manage his way around the circuit. As we come through the windy part, this is where you will feel a little bit of wind just to hold up things, and an interesting line taken by Galang Hendra.
Yeah, the Yamahas of Isamikmal, Chandra Hermowan and Kritapat very much in the mix there.
We saw the Yamaha of Rich Takahiro as well in the red. TY Antara's racing colours. As you look over the Indian Ocean, the front 6, even in this early stages, just beginning to pull away a little bit. It's looking pretty good for Yamaha's 2 Hondas. Kritapat needs to get close up to that group, as does Chanda, as does the Kawasaki of Andy Mohammed Fadli.
Fadila just easing his way up another spot, staying out of trouble, showing the composure that took him to that brilliantly judged race win yesterday.
They come through the start-finish line. Murabil Vitoni ahead of Chandra and Fadila, Arbi, Isamikmal and Galang Hendra. Kritapat has got himself close. The gap between the front 6, now barely noticeable. But Murabil looking good, as is Fadila Arbi once again. He's looking very confident. He was in Hungary last week. He was a wild card in Moto3. Yeah.
Yeah, he was. He acquitted himself very well too, and he's showing the same composure. He's unhurried, but he's just made himself up 4 places on the last lap, and he made it look easy. I guess that's a measure of the Indonesian rider's quality.
Chandra and Fadil in support, and leading the way as we come through 93.
Kritapat there as well. First visit here this weekend to Mandalika for Kritapat Cancun, which makes his achievements so far all the more impressive.
It's a really good pace, first lap time in the below 150s. As we come under, starters under investigation. Would have been a jump start from somebody, and then as you see that coming up on the race monitor, you begin to wonder, is this going to affect one of the leading riders?
I was watching really closely to the front half of the grid. I didn't see a movement that looked untoward to me from that drone shot.
As we come through at the end of lap number 2 though, it is Chandra, bike 88, who leads from Murabil, Fadila and Kritapat. He's got himself right on the tail there. Actually, Murabil is the man who's come through. Kritapat doing very nicely. I always look out for your Thai riders, Barry.
My Thai riders. Well, Kritapat was fastest in warm-up this morning and looking very confident during the pit walk.
And this group took the warm-up seriously, unlike the Underbone 150 guys.
Yeah, they definitely did.
Didn't want to show anything. Kritapat, bike number 39. He's accelerating away. Difficult to pull away in the 250s.
Yeah, especially when you've got riders of the quality of Harvey. And oh, look at this, Des. There's my boy. In black with a pink helmet. And that's Irfan Ardiansyah on the number 16 in WNSCK Honda.
Fadila Arbi just kind of followed him through and took the place back. And Fadila is leading. He likes to lead the way, doesn't he? He likes to dictate matters. Irfan just tries to put himself on the inside as they come through 16.
Taking any prisoners, Irfan, does he? Chandra doesn't either. He was in all sorts of scraps yesterday.
That right turn seems to go on forever, doesn't it, at 16?
Yeah, it really does. And also very well positioned, Izam Iqbal. So good to see Izam coming through for Victor Racing and establishing himself as a championship contender.
7 laps to go. Irfan Ardiansa has just posted the fastest lap time. 1:47.254, which is half a second faster than anybody else has posted.
Yeah, Izam's come through as well, and so Padilla's been shuffled back a little bit, 3 places. And he's got Daniel Shami just behind him now. Great to see Daniel Shami on the podium yesterday. First 250 podium for him. For Puma Racing in this category.
Number 80, track warning, is, gotta go right the way down. That's Fadil Al-Ghassani for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Doesn't affect the top positions.
So, be back at the front. And this time, he's got Izam Iqbal behind him.
And
Irfan, so plenty to think about for the championship leader on the Astra Honda, and a little bit of daylight.
It's a pretty fast train, and fascinated to see the different lines that you take coming into 16 to get the drive out into 17. And although it doesn't come into play just yet, it's probably rehearsing each time. How can I accelerate, get the drive? Because the finish line is right there. Oh, there was a little bit of smoke in the background there.
There was. We couldn't see what that was all about, but there is a lot now. What is that? Is it an engine blow up? It's a Kawasaki, it's Aiki Yoshi. Can't see the smoke coming from.
Or maybe it was just the gravel pit.
Yeah, hopefully it was just that. Yeah.
It was spectacular backdrop, but not a nice finish for Iyoshi, who's had a difficult time.
Yeah, showed such good speed in practice on Friday as well.
It's going to be another 0 points for him. Actually, just 36 points, is 11th at the moment. Arby is leading the way.
Yeah, just 9/10 between P1 and P6. P6 currently Murabo Vitoni. Guess what? RB is in P1.
In the Honda pits, they're looking on. It was a good day for Astra Honda yesterday. They had wins at 250 and 600. And this is looking promising once again. And in terms of the championship, it really is important for Kritipat and Izam and even Murabil. Possibly even as flow down as Galang Hendra. Izam Iqbal.
No, that's Mbembe. Sorry, what his name? Joshua Mbeo, I think.
I'm looking for 124.
No,
there he is. Okay,
yeah, he's there.
Right in the middle there. So there's a scary moment, well, for those who are listening to the commentary anyway and who support Izam Iqbal, but Izam is healthy and in a squashed position chasing P2.
Yeah, much more confident race from Irfan Ardiansa today. Yesterday he finished down in 7th, 10 seconds off the winner.
These AP250s, they're behaving more and more like underbone racers now, aren't they? It's so congested. 4, 5, 6 wide as you look at that skimming through. 571 Mushabi.
Contact there. Arby unusually getting himself into a bit of argy-bargy. And look who's coming up on the outside. He's had a quiet race so far, but Breach Takahira's getting his teeth into this front group.
Another warning regarding track limits from race control. Again, it doesn't really impact the front, but interesting to see that Fado Misavi, one of the wild cards, he's pushed himself towards the front, as reached Takahira, as you said.
Aldiaz Axel, the number 69, is in that group too.
But it's RB who leads, with Chandra just behind. It's Aldiaz. They do throw up some fine races out of the regions to Indonesia. And again, the different lines. How do you take 16? Do you go wide and then tight on 17, or tight so you're pushed wide on 17?
A lot of the time it depends on what the rider ahead of you or to the side of you or behind you is doing as to how you make that decision.
4 laps to go. Fadila Arbi, championship leader, leads the way. I gave you the start was under investigation. There is no jump start, and so your eyes do not deceive you, Barry Russell.
Maybe not this time. Well, Mirabel is currently down in 7th, so this is a little bit quiet. We don't know the extent to which he was knocked around by that crash yesterday. It was a heavy one.
So maybe looking to make a move in the next 4 laps. Kritapat, the number 39, second in the championship, 30 points adrift of Fadila. If you've got championship credentials, you can't let Fadila get too far away.
Kritapat really needs to find a way of finishing in front of Fadila. He knows that very well. Very intelligent, articulate young rider.
That was a scary moment.
Yeah, it certainly was.
I think that was Irfan Haikal just coming into the mix for the first time, young Malaysian. He's had an encouraging season, Irfan.
He does go well here. He qualified on pole last year.
But still Fadila holds on, and he's got Aldiaz ahead of him, Aldiaz for company. And Irfan Ardiansa just behind him, the 2 Hondas. Where is Kritapat? There he is on the shoulder. That's nice position with 3 laps to go for Kritapat. And also Chanda, bike number 88, he holds on. But Fadila Abi Aditama is dictating this race at the moment, Barry.
Yeah, as he did yesterday. I think he dominated the race a little bit more yesterday, but he still looks very composed, very assured. Certain, probably in his own mind, that he's going to win this.
Well, success breeds confidence, and he's had success. But he's under pressure. Izam Iqbal is the latest to come through from Victor Racing. Bike 124. Aldiaz wins the gauntlet. Irfan Ardiansa just sneaks in.
Yeah, Victor Racing's Izam Iqbal has got better and better all weekend. He was quite quiet by his standards on Friday. Qualified quite as well as he might have done, but he's getting faster now.
Coming back in towards the main grandstand area. They've been out in the country, they've been out towards the Indian Ocean, they've had a dip in the sea. And now they're coming back towards the business end. All over those rumble strips. We had a look at them yesterday. They're pretty deep, those rumble strips. Don't go too far over them.
That's right, if you just skim them, they're okay, but if you get a couple of inches onto them, then you do get shaken up.
Coming through, Adila Arbi, not shaken up at all, Fadila.
Chandra taking up the chase.
Ooh, Kritapat's dropped down quite a bit. You don't want to be there at the end of the next lap, Kritapat. 10th at the moment. Gary Salem has come in, the wild card. But Arbi's lead is 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, the fight behind him is probably helping.
Andy Fadley receives a long lap penalty. Too many indiscretions on the track limits.
Takahira, That's a nicely timed move from the Japanese rider on the TY Antares Yamaha.
You are wondering, or I am wondering, if some of the riders have just kept themselves a little bit of something in reserve. Chandra for one, Takahira you've just mentioned for another. I'm certain that Murabile Vitoni has got some more to offer. 157 is back in the shot for the first time in a few laps.
Yeah, Izam got slowed down there. I think there was some wheel-to-wheel contact that caused his R3 to get out of shape. He's dropped back a little bit.
Arby?
Here, oh no, sorry. There he is, there he is. I knew he was there somewhere.
Arby was forced into really making some evasive action by Chandra. He's a very aggressive rider, we discovered. And there is your pal Takahira. I did give you friendships that you maybe haven't done in real life, didn't I?
they're really fictional, but good fun. And Reach Takahira is going to lead them across the line, is he? Not quite.
Well, Murabile Vitoni back in the equation. Final lap. That's a nice time for Takahira and Murabile to make their move. Fadila Arbi, who had a serenity all over his forehead, is now looking a little bit more concerned because Takahira is there. Takahira, who hasn't had a podium this year, remarkably. A couple of P4s. And Murabile Vitoni, who's had a couple of podiums but no wins.
Now Arby's pushing. He used all the curb there to get past Murabile.
Murabile forced to stand up, and Arby's using the track plus. And Murabile's gone with him. Takahira has the inside line, but Arby, gosh, not to be bullied.
Ooh, somebody's gone very wide. Was that? That's Chandra.
Murabile versus Arby. It's building up to a terrific finale. Kritapat wants to get closer. Irfan Ardianta is there as well, but they're running out of track. Your leader once again, Fadila Arbi. He's got Takahira behind him as they approach 15 and 16. There's 15, and then the long right. Murabile on the inside. Who has the line? Who will get the drive out into 17? Fadila Arbi. He looks in pole position at the moment as they come through. It's beautifully done, and Fadila Arbi, that is a wonderful double ahead of Murabile and Izam Iqbal, Takahira and Daniel Shami. But that was as clean a win as you can possibly imagine from Fadila Arbi, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he was in a real scrap at the end. It wasn't like yesterday when he had it totally under control. He had to show some real fight, some real aggression there, so it was good to see that side of him in that ride to a beautifully judged win. Murabile Vitoni, who had been running in P8 before the start of the final lap, he judged it very well, and another podium for Victor Racing and Izam Iqbal. Congratulations to them. Reach Takahira rode a good race, just missed out on his first podium. He was in fourth, Daniel Shami second yesterday, fifth today. That's a great weekend for Daniel and for Uma Racing. And Gary Salim, who I could see him in the leading group as we got to the end, but there are the results.
Fadila Arbi Aditama, that's a really impressive performance for Astra Honda Racing. He wins it by 0.3 of a second from Murabile Vitoni, who was happy with his P2, ahead of Victor Racing's Izam Iqbal, the Malaysian. Good performance, Reach Takahira for TY Antares Racing Team, 0.6 down in fourth. Daniel Shami, as you say, excellent weekend, P2 yesterday and fifth today. Gary Salim picked up P6 on bike 99. Nice for the wild card. Familiar face to ARRC. Kritapat, that hurts his title chances. Just 9 points for Kritapat today for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Aldiaz Aksal, he had a good performance in P8. Galang Hendra for Yamaha Baf Yamalube, he's in P9 ahead of Irfan Ardianta for the SCK Honda Racing Team. He gave us some fun on bike 16. Chandra bished and bashed his way around the circuit for 2 days. He was finishing 11th. Van Heikel, more encouragement for the young Malaysian in the SCK Honda racer. Davino Brittani will grow and grow for Astra Honda Racing. Out of the points, Hu Tri, Gao Tiang, Fares Putra, Kevin Quintal, but at least he's finished the race and is a bit more competitive. Alfred Sablaya, Andy Mohammed Fadli, who received a long ride penalty, and Fadil. Johan Reeves won a battle against Shun Cheng. Jazil Jirami inside the top 5 for the team ACR from Singapore. Tonam Pu, Nang Se, Guang Yan, all finishing. Non-finisher Johans and Bayo, as you quite rightly pointed out in commentary.
We should probably have another look at that.
Absolutely. He just looked, if you can look behind a helmet and a racing suit, in complete control.
Yeah, he had some real scrappers around him as well. Didn't get pulled in. And thankfully fewer crashes than there were yesterday.
I think it was a lot more tactical. A lot of racers were just biding their time. We saw Takahira come in late. We saw Murabil come in late. Race 2 of the weekend, race 8 of 12 of the season at Mandalika Asia Road Racing Championship, 8P250s, man to look out for, bike number 93, Fadila Arbi, gets off to a sluggish start, but was always there or thereabouts and actually went on to dominate this race. So many athletes we were looking for. We looked at number 157, Mobile Batoni. We were looking for Takahira, number 44, and Izam Ikmal, 124, but 93 Fadila just seemed to dominate this race by Russell.
Yeah, he did, and this was so good from Murabil. He got away well, stayed with the pack in the early stages, but he would drop back and seemed to take a breather. But he rode a very mature race too. Early on there was, I think that was Aiki Oshii going off with that puff of dust, a rather large puff of dust in the background. Daniel Sharmi all the way through, showing that he's a rider to watch out for in this incredibly competitive class. Number 57 is a Mikmal there all the way through. They've got better and better this weekend after a tricky start. There he is on with the yellow helmet.
Several racers had moments in the spotlight. 69 was Aldiaz Axel, but he would drop back just a little bit later. Chandra would drop out. He gave a tough old time to Arbi, but then Arbi says, okay, I played it nicely with you gents, and if you're going to play rough, I'm going to play a little bit rougher.
Yeah, was bearing in mind he's got Moto 3 experience, and they don't take any prisoners.
This is Rich Takahira deciding that this is the lap to come through, but this is where you saw the elbows were coming out, the aggression, taking the tight line there from Fadila Arbi, gets the drive through, and we're on the final lap here, as others were going by the wayside, and Jerry Salim got in the way, but Fadila in control, right place, right position, nice drive. In the end, I wouldn't call it a comfortable win, but it's as comfortable as you can possibly imagine in the circumstances.
Yeah, Murabil was delighted with that, as well he might be after yesterday's crash that took him out of contention, but this is good for the championship for RB and Astra Honda. Here comes Izam on the podium again.
Third time this season. He's had 2 P3s,
P2 and a P1.
Oh yeah, forgot about the P1. Murabil Bitoni.
That's right, he hasn't forgotten.
Third podium for Murabil Bitoni. Meant to have a win, but this is win number 5 out of 8 for Fadila Arbi Aditama. Astra Honda have got a fine athlete who has increased his lead. at the top of the standings to 48 points.
Yeehaw energy going on there from Murabil. Waving a cowboy hat around.
And for the second time today, we will have the Indonesian national anthem as tribute for the success of an Indonesian racer. Hugely impressive from Fadila. Hugely impressive for Astra Honda. In a very, very difficult category to win. Well, thanks. The winner's presentation. This is Toyireza Waroka, the Operations Director for ITDC. Again, the support of local authorities. So important to welcome us back to Mandalika for a third time.
And your race winner.
Good photo opportunity, of course. And the award to Fadila Arbi. Astra Honda bosses justifiably looking on with a certain amount of pride, with a lot of pride.
Yeah, they do it year after year after year. It's just like a non-stop conveyor belt of brilliance coming through for Astra Honda.
Dr. Stan Yasuhiro hands out the awards. I forgot to give it to horrific yesterday. Sorry, Dr. Stan.
Here's Dr. Stan from Guam, and a very, very good motocross racer in his day.
FIM Asia Vice President. Murabil Fadila and Izam Iqmal in 3, 2 and 1 respectively. Just need to say that there's going to be an investigation about this result, so it's not confirmed as yet. I'm not convinced. I didn't see too many indiscretions from the top racers, but that's up to race control to decide. And so the results we've given you for now are provisional, as are these championship standings. So these are provisional. But it's looking good, whatever, for Fadila Arbi. 154 points for him, a 46-point lead with just 100 to race for. From Kritipat Kiankam of Yamaha Thailand Racing. Izam Iqmal, 8 points adrift for Victor Racing Team. Great season for Izam. He's really showing that the potential that he had is being fulfilled. Murabil Vitoni, quick as you like this weekend. He's in 4th, 3 points adrift of Izam Iqmal. Galang Hendra Pratama, the experienced Indonesian 28-year-old for Yamaha BAF Yamalube on 76 points. Van Arsiansa, SCK Honda, gave us some fun ahead of Daniel Shami, who was quick all weekend for Uma Racing, and Reach Takehira from TY Antares Racing Team, both on 60 points. Right, let's go down to Daniel Bogas, who I believe somewhere near the presentation area is talking to our race winner.
RB, what a couple of races you've had this weekend, but that race in particular was just brilliant. We saw you trying to pull that gap about with 2 laps to go, and then suddenly it closed up again. Tell us, how much harder did you have to work for this victory?
Honestly, I did work hard a lot. I mean, in this race, especially this race, beginning of the sighting lap, I feel immediately the grip level is quite low than yesterday. So it means that I don't have that advantage again, because in the corner, I can use my bike to push like 110%, and then now maybe a little bit step back like 90%, then I know it's that chance to lead the way all the time like yesterday is quite small. So I changed my mind and I try to step back 2 minutes on the group. But of course, again, I try to be on the top 3 at least, because I don't want to be managed by the pace of the group, but I try to manage that pace from I try to manage the group pace. So I just stay there, maintaining my pace, and then last 2 laps I try to push, I try to full attack at the end, and then yeah, syukur alhamdulillah I can make the win again. Thank you so much.
Fantastic weekend, RB. Congratulations.
A cool and clinical analysis of a cool and clinical performance. Fadila Arbi in fine form and leading the championship by 46 points. Still to be confirmed, but we don't think he's going to be affected by race controls investigations. Okay, that's 3 down, 2 to go. And the big boys are coming up next. This is the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Coming up next from Mandalika, we have the Supersport 600cc. We're back with you in literally 2 minutes' time.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. The crowds at the Mandalika International Circuit in Lombok for round 4 out of 6 for the season. It's proven to be a good day for Indonesia. Conditions a little bit windy, which does have an impact. As you can see, the trees are blowing, but it's an Indian Ocean blowing of the trees, which makes it rather nice, Barry Russell.
Yeah, it does. It is for us when we're outside anyway. For the riders, particularly on the lighter machines that we've been watching so far, maybe they'd have a different view.
But now we're on to the heavier machines, the Supersport 600cc, where it didn't really impact them too much yesterday. Race 1 took place yesterday. Let's have a look at the best of the highlights. Yep, race 1 yesterday. And the man who's on pole position, Ryan Agroho, bike number 89, he gave us an awful lot of thrills and spills. He wouldn't come through to get the victory, but he certainly has improved as this season has gone on. And we'll keep a look on him for work this afternoon. Behind him, Adananta Putra, the championship leader, had won 3 races before this one, was looking for back-to-back. And again, Adananta Putra looked great, Barry.
Yeah, he was one of these riders that looked so confident as down. That was...
well, it was helped by that, wasn't it? Karolidin Pawi, Herjan Atner, and Sharafuddin Azman.
Yeah, that was a nasty knock, particularly for... Herjan was still on at this point. He will fall off, unfortunately, because Herjan has really taken a step forward this weekend and shown us what we always suspected, is that he will be a very, very good, very fast Supersport 600 rider. Here he is getting muscled by his teammate for Astra Honda, the number 21 of Adananta Putra. And really, in a similar way we were talking about Fadila Arbi, he just looked confident. He looked like he, in inverted commas, air quotes, he knew he was going to win.
That was the moment where Herjan Atner went off whilst chasing the lead. And that left an opportunity for Kazma Daniel to come through. And at one stage, I thought Kazma was really going to show us his straps. It fell off a little bit for Kazma. It only finished P7, but the Malaysians got plenty to offer.
And there was the exit of Karolidin Pawi. We didn't see that coming either. No involvement there from Kazma Daniel. He looked fast and smooth all the way through. Tanat Longpliao, you can see something flapping off his boot there, the number 31 for Honda Racing Thailand. He was threatening all the way through and looking really aggressive, just going inside there on Kazma. Contact there, but cheeky little move through while they were battling it out was by the number 89 of Wayu Nugroho.
But on the final corner, we've seen it so often. You get the inside line and you get the drive out on the final corner and you're going to get the victory. That's what happened to Adananta Putra. He leads the championship and has 4 wins out of 8 races so far this season. This is the circuit that they're going around. 15, 16, 17 to me is one of the pivotal moments on that circuit. And to talk about how the riders will be approaching that circuit, I think we can go down to Daniel Bogas to get some pre-race thoughts from the competitors.
The weather constantly shifting from tropical sun to a bit of cloud cover, but let's have a chat with the race winner yesterday from yesterday's race. Adananta, qualifying hasn't been the strongest for you, but in the race you're always showing up. Tell us, are you changing anything on the bike for this race, or is it going to be the same as yesterday?
Yes, today is going to be the same like yesterday. Just I want to focus on myself and follow the group, and then keep maintenance and consistent until finish. And yeah, I will try to be on the podium and win. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adananta. Good luck. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Short and sweet from Daniel. We're rushing you a little bit with your interviews today. Not that we don't like them. You can see the flag top left of your screen there. It is blowing just a little bit, but Wayu Nugroho, terrific weekend from him so far. Very, very quick. Fastest in qualifying yesterday, second, Barry.
Yeah, he's really got his confidence on that Yamaha R6 now. This is his 3rd season. He showed early potential, then tailed off, but now he's coming through really well. Second in Motegi, second yesterday, and really enjoying his riding. Kazma Daniel enjoying his riding once again. Now he's back in the 600 class. Was unfortunate, got pushed wide yesterday, so ended up finishing 7th, yeah.
Alongside Kazma. I think we've got Fairozi Torkatula, who's made the step up from the 250s. And looking in pretty good nick is Fairozi.
Yeah, rather like Herjan Atner we were just talking about. He's one of the rookies that is now really looking to fulfill his potential. Finished on the podium in P3.
Well, the crowds have found their way down to Lombok.
Yeah, they have indeed.
And the sun has found its way to Lombok once again as the track is cleared. Just talking about Fairozi, first podium of the season yesterday. His previous best position was a P9 in Buriram. As we look at the starters for this 20 starters for today. No, it's not that many. We'll go through them. Wayu Nugroho is on pole position, bike number 89, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, alongside Kazma Daniel for Hongyong Yamaha. Fairozi Torkatullah means it's a Yamaha 1, 2, 3.
And there are 1, 2, 3 riders on road 2 that are looking to finish shiny side up today. Herjanatna Firdaus, good race until he crashed. Sharafuddin Azman had good pace until he crashed. Karaluddin Pawi looked like a podium until he crashed.
Yeah, that's a familiar tale, isn't it? Not a great day for Malaysia's Honda team. Anupab Samoon on P7, Yamaha Thailand, alongside Adnan Putra, who came through from P8. Don't forget to dominate that race yesterday. Helmi Azman from Idemitsu Honda, the fast Malaysian, looking to celebrate Malaysia's National Day today.
Yeah, Honda Racing Thailand's Kitsadar Thanachot, who was pretty much missing in Motegi, looking really strong as the weekend's going on. Rocco Sesta's found a new way of riding and a new turn of speed on the Team 1 for Yamaha. McKinley Carl Paz, he comes good late in the races, Des.
Yeah, he got himself up to P6 yesterday. Tanat Long Pliao. That's a good row 5 alongside Dimas Eki Pratama, the experienced Indonesian for the MS Glow for Men racing team. Wildcard today, Reza Danica Ahrens has found the step up from 250s a little bit more difficult, but he's got potential. You know that for Astra Honda racing team.
And indeed, we've got Jakripat Pudisan for Honda Racing Thailand and Xiaojun Tong from China, bringing up the rear of this grid.
Zul in the Honda Malaysia pits will be hoping for a much better day than yesterday, where his riders were looking up to the stars saying, what have I done wrong today? As they slid out in all manners and different variations of ways.
They will surely have a happier day today. I certainly hope they do. 1 second covering the top 12 qualifiers as well, just to show you how competitive this category is.
You mentioned Kyle Paz. You're right. If he could just get his machine and get his act together halfway through the race, rather in the latter stages, it would make a big difference. It's a 12-lap race. And he's got the example of Fairozi Torkatullah, who's been able to step up, and Herjan. Kazma Daniel, bike 27 in the middle. There is 21. The championship leader, Adnan Putra, leader by 28 points. 5 races to go. This race 2 in Indonesia. We await the red lights. We are go. Potential flying star for Wayu Nugroho, a wheelie from Kazma Daniel. They're off the start line very, very nicely. Again, you don't win races there, but it can make a big difference as Herjanatna goes around the outside. Clean start for everybody, Barry.
Yeah, clean start and a nice conversion of pole position into whole shot for Wayu Nugroho. And I think that's Adnan moving up behind him.
I think it was Herjan.
It's Herjan. Yeah, you're right, Des.
Adananta, we're keeping an eye out for the Astra Honda Red, just to see where he is, because he made a really good start yesterday. By the end of lap 1, he was in P3. Is that him in P6, bike number 21? No, he's not there, is he? Yes, he is. P5.
Yeah. And Ferozi and Anupab are locked in there, and they're being split by Adananta. He wants to make his way up to the front.
Wow, inside the top 3, inside half the lap. That's impressive. That's professional. That's slick as you like. Herjanatna is there. And he's got Fairozi chasing him. That's ominous for everybody else, the way that Adnan Putra's just been able to ease his way nicely into P3, Barry.
Yeah, we need to start looking for those Malaysian Hondas to come through as well. See Helmi there in about P9, I think.
Khalid Ampari and Sharafuddin Azman hoping for better luck than yesterday. Kazma hoping to hold on a bit more than he did, but Kazma's bright start has faded. He's down to P5. As they lead, it's Nugroho from Adananta. 500, Anupab Samoon is in there. Of course, we've not really mentioned Anupab, second in the championship standings.
Yeah, crashed yesterday, remounted, and finished 12th just to salvage some points. He's currently in P4. He always brings it. You can absolutely guarantee that.
Yeah, him going off so early, he slid off. We saw in the highlights, and that really eased the pressure on Adananta.
Kitsadar Tamichok for Honda Racing Thailand made a good start from P10. He's trying to tag on to this group. As we were saying at the beginning, there's very little between them on pace. Adananta ominously moving into P1. Hergen doing a good job in P3, under threat, as everybody else ahead of him is, from Anupab Samoon, the number 500 for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team.
Yeah, the ties done nicely there, just eased his way very nicely into P3. It's looking good, looking like this could be competitive. Well, we know it'll be competitive. 12 laps of the circuit, but on to lap number 2 already. 5 seconds between the lead. Rocco Sestler's got off to a bit of a stinker, as has McKinley Carl Paz. Both have dropped down quite considerably. Not great for them. Sharafuddin Azman and Helmi Azman, they're struggling as well.
Yeah, they had a rotten day yesterday, as we were saying, but now their best rider is in 9th.
Irosi 36, he accelerates through in P5. The two Astra Hondas of Adananta in second. But Adananta under pressure from Anupab Samoon. It's still Wayne Nugroho.
Adananta looks comfortable there, I think, Des. Virgin going well in 4th. Tanak Longpliao coming up from the back of the grid up into P5 or 6, P6.
With the fastest lap so far.
Yeah, he was quick this morning in warm-up as well.
First man inside, 1:39.
Looking really aggressive this weekend as well. Despite his poor qualifying, there he is just alongside Kazma. Just gone out of shot.
Irosi undertaken by Tanat Longpliao. But he's led almost from the start, actually from the start, Wayne Nugroho. And he's still leading the way, but he is under pressure from Adananta Putra, who's looking very, very smooth. To be fair, so is Anupab Samoon.
Yeah, Wayne Nugroho, he looked quite comfortable yesterday too, leading. It was the last 2 corners muscling out that pushed him from 1st to 2nd, but he doesn't seem to flap when he's at the front.
This is where he lost it yesterday. Well, this is where it was taken from him yesterday. Behind them, there's not a lot. There's a bit of contact there. Not a lot of time difference as they go through. 1.2 seconds between 1 and 7. No more than that.
That clash there was between Reza Danica Arens and Helmi Azman. So Reza Danica having a go, try to improve his results. As you said, he hasn't found the move up from 250s to 600s particularly easy.
Sharafuddin Azman has dropped down quite a lot. There is Reza Danica, we were just mentioning him, and Helmi just behind them. And here's the little squabble you were talking about.
Yeah, here it is. There he is, the 1, 2, 3 there. Just leans in, hits the front fairing of Helmi Azman. Just another day at the office, really.
Back live. He's coming back in towards the main grandstand area. Heading out towards the Indian Ocean until turn 10, and then you head back in. And as I say, these corners are surprisingly deep. You have to work hard. Now 15, a little squiggle. And the long turn 16. Nugroho still leading the way, the Yamaha.
Yeah, really good work, yeah.
Anupam unable to make any headway. Neither is Helmi Asman. It's a procession, it's a train, but it's a fast train.
Yeah, it is a fast train. I was just thinking about Anupam, whether he's just content now. We have almost 8 laps to go. No need to do anything crazy just yet. And well, we usually see more action from him because he's starting from further back and making a fight of it. But showing here, he can run consistent, fast pace at the front. Herjanat is doing really well too. In P4 there, the number 46.
I think it's been a theme of the day. It's a far more tactical day 2. Day 1, there was lots of contact in all the race categories that we had. Far more circumspect, if that's the right word, on day 2.
Are you again? Repels an attempt to get in front of him from Adananta Putra. No need to rush for Adananta either, but I'll tell you who is in a hurry. That's Tanat Longpliao on the number 31 Honda. He's moved himself ahead of Herjan into P4 behind his countryman Anupam Samoon.
As indeed, so just over 1/3 of the way through, approaching 7 laps to go.
So perhaps the presence of the hard charging Tanat will stir the hornet's nest just in front of him. Let's see.
Behind them, Kazma Daniel in P6 as we look at Tanat Longpliao. Nugroho leads as he has Anupam Samoon. Is that a hand signal of some description?
Maybe there was a little bit of cramp in his hand or something. It didn't look too much like a signal. Let's see.
Everybody's looking secure and comfortable.
Yeah, that's why I wonder whether Tanat, who I think is the most aggressively minded just at this point, might just stir things up, change the dynamic of the battle at the front.
Well, he's put in the fastest lap time there, 1:38.3, fastest lap of the race so far.
Yeah, started 13th, now running in 4th. Kazma Daniel quietly staying there as well.
Kazma, we know, can be aggressive, he can be brilliant. Does he have the machinery? Does he have the tactics, as we're on board with Kazma Daniel? Still Nugroho leads the way. Kazma comes through in P6. You're quite right, there's no time between the two of them. Less than a second between 1 and 6.
Really tight. This is less frantic than yesterday, but it's good to see more bikes shiny side up at this stage of the race.
Not being able to break away, Nugroho. Bairosi isn't too far away. Kitsada not a million miles away. Helmi in P9 tells you that this is a very, very strong group. And even McKinley Kalpaz is starting to make his late race surge.
I think there was an error there from Tanat Longpliao, probably in turn 16. He's dropped back just a little bit. Why are you again just looking cool as a cucumber at the front? In a few laps time, we'll start thinking about how he manages to stay ahead during the final 2 turns.
Nobody's really put him under immense amounts of pressure. Adananta takes the occasional different line. Oh, Anupam moves on the inside of Adananta, but Adananta leaves his braking a little bit later and holds on. A little moment there from Anupam Samoon.
Yeah, just a little statement perhaps. You're leading the championship, but I'm still here.
Anupam second, will at least want to make some dent into that healthy lead, 28-point lead. Obviously, the final round is in Buriram, which will suit Anupam to a T.
Yeah, it was just a 6 or 7 point advantage yesterday, but of course, Anupam's error and Adenanta's win. Stretch that lead out.
A little bit further down, Helmi Asman, he's just made the little move there. Helmi has got inside Kazma, who's dropping precipitously down to P9. So Kazma and Helmi, well, Kazma's got that place back, but the Honda of Helmi Asman. Remember, Helmi in P6 in the championship, Kalpaz 5th. But realistically, it's only Nugroho, Anupab and Adenanta Putra for the title.
Rosie heading the next group on track here. Tanat fights to get himself back on terms. Back into podium contention. And you can see he's just a little way off the back of the top 5. The top 3 have a bit of a gap. He goes up the inside there.
Still Nugroho needs. It's a front 6. Firosi's part of that group. Kitsada, sorry, is part of that group.
The main surprise is that Kazma isn't part of that group.
Yeah, he dropped down. He must have made a mistake. And they're left to chase. 5 laps to go. That's a long way to come back. Anupam has a look around the outside. No going. So let's just think on the inside.
Yeah, lots of disruptive energy there. Once again, coming from Tanat Longcliao. Doing a good job there. He's got Kitsada, his teammate, just behind him. Urgent looking composed.
As they spin through this time. Less than a second between 1 and 5. Kitsada part of the deal as well. Kazma's recovered a little bit, got ahead of Firozi and Helmi. Imagine Atna in P5 in that second group, but it's still that procession. Wayu, Adenenta and Anupam, it's not changed for about 6 laps.
No, it hasn't. It's concertinaed a little bit, but the order hasn't changed. And just that bit of disruption at the front from Tanat in P4. I just sense a little bit of frustration beginning from Anupam as well.
Tanat gone through as we focus on Kitsada, who goes to on Erjan. There was also a change temporarily into P3. Anupam has lost P3 and Tanat is making some aggression. You said he's aggressive and he's proven you right once again, Barry.
Yeah, you could just see that disruptive attitude that he had there right from the beginning of this race. Now he's going to try and disturb the championship leader, Adenanta Putra, on the Indonesian Astra Honda in front of him. And that is... who goes 5?
Oh, Demaseki.
Demaseki, yeah.
On the wild card.
I didn't recognise the bike instantly. Oh, that's really unfortunate. But back at the front, and Wayu Nugroho is still there. Adenanta Putra is still P2. Tanat Longcliao trying to spoil their party. Anupam needs to assert himself as well.
Both pit crews on tenterhooks. They can see themselves, but they're looking at the left of the screen. That's how close it is. 9 laps gone, 3 to go. It's that tight. Adenanta P2, Tanat on the Honda 3. Anupam pushed out into P4, just 1 second down. Kazma's got a lot of work to do, as is Firozi. In fact, these front 6 are pulling away rather than Kazma catching up. Tanat goes through into P2.
Yeah, nicely blocks off Adenanta. Oh, and down goes Adenanta.
I think it is.
I think that's Adenanta.
And also spinning out.
Right ahead, that is
89, Wayu Nugroho. Nugroho has spun out.
Wow. So 3 laps remaining, the race has totally changed.
Anupam Samun is the new race leader. Adenanta out, Nugroho out. Suddenly Anupam,
and
he
Anupam
loses it.
I think that was an engine failure.
Wow, spectacular. Everybody up, I'm glad to say. And suddenly you have Tanat leading. Kitsada is there. Tanat Longpliao is in P3. My word, what an incredible sequence of events.
Yeah, it was all in line. It was difficult to see, but I suspect that Adananta hit the rear wheel,
and then
but that was unconnected.
Well, that's Wainagroho.
Exit of Wainagroho. I don't know why he came off.
And this is 31. This is Tanat. Wow.
So,
well, after a procession for such a long time, Barry, a procession of accidents, and it means Kitsada Tanacho and Herjan Atna are going to race away and certainly pick up a podium.
Well,
incredible. Look at the debris. Look at the debris. So many races sliding off. That Firosi.
That must have been, we're running out of Yamahas, so that must have been Firosi.
36,
yes,
Firosi.
Yeah.
He slides out. Is it the tyres?
Casper Daniel, who was looking well out of contention, is currently in a podium position. And looking at the two riders ahead of him, they are Kitsada and Herjan, rookies in the class. And Kazma has got fellow Malaysian behind him, Karolin Pawi, who looked on course for a podium yesterday before his late crash.
Onto the final lap, onto the final lap. What an incredible penultimate lap we had, just incredible. Kitsada Tanacha on the Honda leads the way.
Yeah, well, somebody went nuts when they wrote this script. But Kitsada, who started way down on the grid.
Neither has a win this season, so something's going to change. Kazma behind them in P3, probably got a little bit too much work to do. 7/10 down, but he's closing in at a rate of knots, is Kazma Daniel, and Karolin Pawi is also closing in. Maybe another lap and he would have got there.
Yesterday was a lousy day for the Malaysian Hondas. Today is a lousy day for the Indonesian Yamahas. But lots of opportunity being grabbed here by Kitsada and Herjan.
Kazma closing, but he's going to run out of tarmac. Kitsada Tanacho, he leads the way. Bike 18, Herjan Atna is there. We are down onto the final two big turns. And Kazma's got up close. Going through, they are side by side. New race leader is Herjan Atna, and Herjan Atna Firdaus. Is he going to get the drive out? The most remarkable victory. Herjan from Kitsada, from Kazma, from Karolin Pawi. Behind them, Helmi 5th, McKinley Cal Paz 6th. But absolute chaos in the penultimate lap.
The 2024 AP250 champion, Herjan Atna Firdaus, takes his first win, and indeed it's been his first podium since moving up into the Supersport 600 class. We've been waiting for him to emerge. We didn't expect him to be a winner quite yet, but what a brilliant victory. He just judged it exactly right. To be fair, I guess he knows this circuit rather better than Kitsada, who he was competing with for that win. Very good performance by the Honda Thailand Racing Team rider Kitsada after the exit of Tanat Longpliao. So many people went out.
Adananta Putra went out whilst in a good position. Anupad Samun went out in a good position. Wainagroho went out when leading.
Yeah, and also, Firosi was in a good position when he went out too. Wow.
Wow, indeed, 12 laps of chaos. Herjan Adner Ferdaus, a first win at Supersport 600cc. He takes it 1.14 of a second ahead of Kitsada Tanacho. His first podium of the season. Kazma Daniel, he benefits, 0.2 down. Another lap and he might have got the win on the Yamaha. He's third ahead of Karolidon Powie, a bonus fourth for him after frustration yesterday. Helmi Asman will be happy with 11 points in P5. McKinley Kalpaz once again comes good late in a race on the Hongleong Yamaha. Sharafuddin Asman Damok for Idemitsu Honda picks up a bonus 9 points in P7. Reza Danaga Aran's Astra Honda Racing in P8 will pick up the 8 points. Rocco Sessler, he benefits from all the chaos. He finished 9th, 14-1 for all. The German, I think, will be frustrated with this weekend, but he'll continue to go. Jack Rifat from Honda Racing Thailand, hardly in the equation. Fairozi got up after his crash to finish. Sharjun Tong finishes ahead of Tanat, who didn't finish. Neither did Ryan Agrohu, neither did Anupab, neither did Dimaseki.
Incredible, and most of those crashes were within one lap.
Within about 4 corners.
We had nine laps of procession, 9 or 10 laps of a procession, and then it just went completely crazy.
You've got to stay on the tarmac and not be on the tarmac. You've got to keep your wheels on the tarmac.
Absolutely. And so happy for Urgent. Looks like he's pretty happy too. Tears of joy.
Family there once again.
Yeah, he's such a quality rider, Des. He had to work so hard for his championship in AP250s last year. Now he's shown his quality on the 600cc 4-cylinder machine. Great to see. And Kitsada, absent in all but body in Motegi, comes through to second. Kazma Daniel, who had been fading, came through threatening to take one of the higher places on the podium, but finishes in P3.
That was just chaos. And so unexpected. Started by Adananta, who'd looked to be so in control.
Yeah, let's go to Daniel, who's going to be talking to all 3 podium finishes, I think.
See if he can get hold of them. There's a lot of congratulations going on. Kazma being hugged. Well, it was such an unexpected result. There's hugs going on all over the place. And people saying, what happened there? How did that happen? I thought you were 9th. No, I won. Let's go down to Daniel. I think this time he has got Kazma Daniel with the Malaysia flag.
Kazma, it's a race full of drama, but in the end, you managed to hold on strong and you got the podium in the bag for this Mandalika round. How was it out there?
Firstly, I want to say Syukur Alhamdulillah. I want to very thankful because I just want to try to stay on the podium. And Alhamdulillah, I get in on podium. It's because also my team, they make the bike, the fantastic job. And also, I'm really sorry to Malaysia there because today was Merdeka, and then today not. Yeah, for the Merdeka, but I cannot give for Malaysia song. And I hope just I can get the number 3, but I will raise my Malaysian flag, and I'm proud to be Malaysian. Merdeka, 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 and Syukur Alhamdulillah, and thank to all the supporters and all the family.
Thank you so much, Kazma. I'm sure they're all proud of you. And in P2, we have none other than Kitsada. So Kitsada, it was an incidental race, wasn't it? But what a fantastic way to end the weekend. Not the best of qualifyings, but in the race, both on the Thailand bikes were really strong in the front. So tell us about this race. How was it?
Yeah, for the race, I really feel confident because from Thailand I have win. Yeah, and I can try here, and I can. And thank you everyone ขอบคุณคนไทยทุกคนที่เชียร์ครับขอบคุณพ่อกับแม่ขอบคุณไทย Honda Racing Thailand ครับ
Thank you so much. Congratulations. And race winner for the first time in the Supersport 600 class on home soil, Herjan Atna Firdaus. Herjan, I think we've been waiting for this moment as well for you to rise to the top, and it happened here today. A lot of incidents in this race. It was a chaotic one, but you held strong. You stayed at the front. You were fast as well all weekend. So explain to us, how did this race go for you?
Yeah, super happy today. I can get this winner. Yesterday I crashed, unlucky, but team helped me to keep support my mental, and then I don't give up. This race too, I try again. This is for nothing, just super happy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arjun. Congratulations.
Highlights from a truly remarkable 12-lap race in the Supersport 600cc race 2 of the weekend at Mandalika. For 9 of the laps by Russell, it didn't look that remarkable. Wainagroho was on pole, he got himself in first place. Adinata Putra came through from P8 to get himself in P2. Anupam Sarmun was there. Nobody could really overtake with each other. It was fast, it was trained, but nothing really was happening.
No, Hergen again was showing well as the class rookie. But yeah, as you say, Des, everybody was staying nicely composed, nobody really making a break, except for Tanat Longbiao. He tried to disturb things, shake things up once or twice. Here's one of those times when he pushed himself ahead of fellow Thai Anupam Sarmun.
Pizzada, the number 18, also making a move as well. Okay, 4 laps to go. Everything looks normal. The pit crews are observing, right? Nothing to see here, ladies and gentlemen. And then there was plenty to see.
Yeah.
Adananta out.
Adananta possibly hitting the back of Tanat's bike, and then in a separate incident, out went
Wainagroho.
Absolutely incredible. I was blinking and saying, have I really just seen what I've just seen?
And Anupam Sarmun when leading.
Yeah, that looked like his engine went, but it wasn't over, because then the remaining, I think it was the remaining Indonesian Yamaha of Roji Torokatula went out. This left Kazma Daniel with a chance to work his way back up from what had been P7, and these two at the front, Kitsura and Hergen Atner, the class rookies, found themselves with a bit of clear out behind them, but quite a fierce chase was being put on behind from Kazma Daniel on Malaysia Day. And here you can see he was catching up. He was a long way back, 1 lap before that. Paradan Powie again threatening for a podium finish. But as they got round to the end, Hergen Atner did the calculations best and put himself a lot past Kitsura, so he couldn't get out in front of him, and stroked it through the short run to the line. He knew he'd got it. First podium, previous best finish P7 for Hergen Atner, Des. This was phenomenal.
On the podium already, and your race winner, Hergen Atner Firdaus. Yep, you heard it here. First time in Supersport 600cc onto the podium. And it's another good day at the office for Astra Honda Racing, who will pick up the team prize. We'll have more about that after the national anthem for the 3rd time today of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Well, an Indonesian victory, but not, I think, by Russell, the Indonesian we expected to be on the victory rostrum.
No, it wasn't indeed. We did think it would be another tall figure, but the tall figure of Adinata Putra.
From Malaysia,
Dr. Stan Yasuhiro, FAM Asia Vice President, hands out the awards. Celebrating Merdeka Day for Malaysia is Kazma Daniel. Is this a missed opportunity for Gitsada? He was in the lead coming into turn 15.
He was outfoxed there, it's fair to say, by Hergen. He just blocked him out, gave him nowhere to go. That was a very well crafted win for Hergen Atna. Just remember, he was a champion in 250s.
Absolutely, yes.
Real quality. He's a real quality rider. Look how tall Kripsadar is.
Yes. Big boy. The team award to be handed out by Mr. Ahmed Fajar, the Finance and Risk Management Director of ITDC. That's an appropriate race for him to be involved in, I feel.
Isn't it? Yeah, I wonder what kind of risk management that means.
Well, never seen somebody look as proud as Hergen Atna does, standing tall there.
Yeah, he's really puffed out, isn't he? And so good to see that. As ever, the cheeky chappy, Casper Daniel, puts that big grin into the camera.
Well, it doesn't make an awful lot of difference up at the top of the standings. Adinata Putra still holds that 28-point lead over Anupab Sarmung. Both crashed out. But Kazma Daniel comes back into the reckoning. 30 points down. And don't forget, we're at Sepang for the next two races. We're in Malaysia, his home track. Wainagroho, desperately disappointing to go out without points today for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. He's on 95. McKinley Kalpaz keeps accumulating points on 84. Helmi Asman, again, he's got to hope he has a big weekend at Sepang next time out, as does Caroline Dampari. A grim weekend for Idemitsu Honda Racing at the Supersport 600. Hergen Atna is 8th in the championship. Okay, one more race to go. It's the big boys. It's the it's the ASB 1000cc. We have had drama right the way through this afternoon. More drama expected in just 2 minutes' time. This is the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship 2025 from the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. We're back with the 1000cc after the break. Mandalika International Circuit. Barry Russell and me, Des Corkill, we're still buzzing after the Supersport 600cc race that we've just witnessed. So many incidents and so many changes, so many crashes. We're live at the Mandalika International Circuit. It's the 4th round of 6 of the Asia Road Racing Championships. We go to Sepang and then on to Buriram in the final 2 rounds of the season. That means there's 1 more race here, 4 more to go in the rest of the season. Plenty to still be decided in the Supersport 600cc. Okay, our focus though, once we've got rid of the buzz, but no, quick final thoughts, Barry. Once we got rid of the buzz, our thoughts must turn to the 1000s.
Yeah, indeed they will. And here is the crucial turn on the circuit, turn 16. It's long looping right-hander before the final left-hander that leads us on to the short run to the start-finish straight. So much drama there.
Let's look at the 1000cc race 1 that took place yesterday. Race 1 of the big boys. And we were really having a look at Kito Abe, the number 39. He and Hafiz Sharin on bike 55 had a real toe-to-toe in the qualification. Happy Wangtaman didn't get off the line. But we expected Abe and Hafiz to really battle it out. It wouldn't turn out to be like that though, Barry.
No, it really didn't. Hafiz, who had the pace all weekend, very early on, start of the 2nd lap, got ahead of Nakarin. And Nakarin stayed, he was really game, stayed on his tail for a few laps, but he just couldn't maintain the pace. Meanwhile, Kito Abe was way back.
He was struggling, he was 2nd on the grid, Abe, but wouldn't be able to hold on. Indeed, he would finish way down as Hafiz. There is the problem. There's that was Abe going out.
Abe going down.
Taken out by Lachlan Epis. They were both on the front row of the grid, and that just opened everything for Hafiz Sharin and JDT. Battle for P2 behind them. Zach Gonzadi getting closer to Nakarin Attila Puvapat. But Hafiz Sharin by this time was, well, close to 3 seconds clear. It was a powerful display from the Malaysian.
It was, and it's going to take quite something to overhaul him this afternoon. Nakarin in his post-race interview said they were going to look for something else overnight. Well, they were going to need to have found a lot to overhaul that kind of pace. This was a really tight end to the circuit. It looked as though Zach Van was going to get back in front, but Nakarin chopped his nose off, and as you can see, managed to maintain it despite the late pressure from the Malaysian.
The dominant win for Hafiz, and celebrations in the JDT camp. The Johor camp invested an awful lot. It's been kind for them so far, this Mandalika circuit. Really is a lovely circuit. You can see its positioning, of course, where we are. And the circuit itself really seems to suit the power of the Ducati. You're not at full acceleration, but there's plenty of flow on the circuit.
Yeah, and that also suits the riding style of Hafiz Sharin, who does have a really nice style on the bike. This suits him well. The Ducati is well sorted. They've really found the pace, and I think we're going to go down to the grid.
Yep, let's go down to join Daniel Bogas to get some pre-race thoughts.
And just like that, we're at the final race for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship as the big boys of the 1000cc class. And we're going to have a chat with one of them that's made our headlines when it comes to fast lap times, but in the race just kept on having some technical difficulties. But so Apiwat, yesterday it was a difficult day for you with the technical issues. So can you tell us what exactly happened?
Yeah, yesterday is engine is broken. Yeah, it's not good day for me. Yeah, but today is I thought it's the new engine, but I'm not sure for good or bad. But yeah, we will see in the race.
Thank you so much, Apiwat. Good luck for this one. And we're going to go next to Apiwat to his fellow compatriot Nakarin, who put on an amazing start to the race, chasing Hafiz Sharin and actually went ahead of him. Nakarin, Yesterday's race was a really good start for you, right to the front. And then once Hafiz got past, it just seems like it was a bit tough to keep up with him. What are you doing differently for this race?
Today I will continue fighting from the beginning because I think lap time will be fast. Many riders will come in this race. I never give up.
So the plan is just to push even harder.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see it. Good luck for this one. And we're gonna make our way. Mr. Alex Mabraprade from Honda Thailand sit number 1 today, and I wouldn't be surprised if Nakarin would be the person to do it. So let's have a chat with Cameron Dunker, the young, still 17-year-old Aussie on the Yamaha R1M. So Cameron, yesterday was a tough day for you with an upset belly, but you told me that you were better today. What's it looking like out there for you?
Yeah, you know, we were fast this morning in the warm-up session, so obviously feeling a lot better. And yeah, I think the biggest thing was just a good night's sleep last night to sort of get over the sickness. But yeah, I feel better today and just try and go with the group again.
Thanks so much. Good luck with this one. And we're gonna look for Sal Khan from Dunlop, and he's right over there. So I'm gonna bring you guys across the grid. So of course we have Zakon Zaidi starting from P6. He had a good race yesterday, finished on the podium. And Sal there just having a chat with Greg Eppes, Lachlan Eppes' dad. And let's have a chat with Sal. So Sal, the weather similar to the start of the race yesterday, I think. What's the track times looking like, and what's the tire selection looking like?
Actually, yeah, very similar. 47 degrees. We've got a bit of cloud cover and the wind's picked up a bit. So virtually identical conditions. And to be fair, majority of the guys are on the hard rear. I think there's only a couple of riders that's come with the medium. So all in all, we should see very, very good race, similar to yesterday.
Thank you so much, Sal. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Yes, we'll probably get the information from Dunlop about what exactly, who has taken the hard and medium rears. But we anticipate, I think, that Keto Abe will be one of those who perhaps gambles on a medium rear, because that's what he's done all season.
It seems like that's his comfort zone. Other riders have commented, Sal said in his earlier interview, that they're getting pretty much the same grip levels from the hard, but more stability. So, yeah, Hafiz is...
Well, they're the two who were really dominating proceedings. Hafiz Sharon is the championship leader, 117 points. Keto Abe level with Nakarin Tidapuvapat on 108 points.
Yeah,
but
really,
there's been a lot of toing and froing between Abe and Hafiz this weekend.
Yeah, clattering out yesterday was a real setback for his championship chances. He did come in as the leader. Just zooming in down there on the... We were zooming down on the 23. There is Lachlan Eppes. As he said yesterday, yeah, he qualified third, but you don't get any points for qualifying. So he's going to look to complete the race and get a good result. His first and only podium so far in ARRC came here in race 1 in 2024.
Apiwa, if he gets on the bike, will be a danger. He didn't even get through the start line, but we know the BMW can be powerful. Again, the big bike could well suit this circuit if he gets it right. Similarly with Aslan Shah, who we'll see later on. Zakwan, he's still 5th in the championship standing, still technically within it. It's only 16 points separating Zakwan in 5th from Hafiz Sharin in P1.
Right. Very much in the chase. And he's more confident than we saw him last year. 2024, not the best year for the multiple ARRC champion. Here's another one, Aslan Shah Kamarizaman, who's looking pretty happy with that A1 Energy BMW now. Finished 4th yesterday. We haven't seen him on the podium yet this season. Welcome back to this rider, Andy Farid Izdihar, coming back from injury. I'm not sure where he is in the recovery cycle, but he hasn't quite got the turn of speed that we're used to. Looks happy enough at this stage.
Alongside Andy, we saw Lachlan Eppes before. This is Ajroy Hakim Amwa. Ajroy is another in those top 5. He's had 3 podiums this season, 2 wins at Sepang, and don't forget we're back at Sepang next time out.
Yeah, 5th yesterday. behind Aslan Shah. That's Cameron Dunker on the MotoGo racing team Yamaha R1. He's, for a 17-year-old, the approach this weekend has been really mature, progressively getting faster and faster. Joe Francis, the number 40 in for Victor Racing, enjoying his time in ARRC, loves racing here, loves racing in Asia, and is impressed by the competition, and that's from a rider who is used to racing in BSB.
Still on the recovery from a double broken leg as well, as the man always at the back is Cho Yu-jo, Savitar Racing Asia.
It's a very hirsute looking Cho Yu-jo.
We know he's not going to be competitive, but he'll look to improve his lap times. The current championship standings, I mentioned there's only a couple of points, 16 points I think it is, between P1 and P5. Confirmation of that coming from the official stats. Hafiz Shahin Abdullah, after the win, well, after back-to-back wins actually, don't forget he won in Japan at Motegi. He is the leader, 9 points clear of Abe. Chip Nakarim, 107 points. I've got him down 108, I'll check that. Azrai Hakim Anwar 102, Zakwan on 101. Any one of those five more than capable of getting into the championship. Right then, there's the new race director in charge of JDT. And there's a lot of time, a lot of care, and no little amount of cash being put into making sure the Ducati is race-worthy. And it looks like they're just about getting it right at the moment, Barry.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely. Everything seems to be right. The team is hitting its stride now. And that's a challenge for the others. The others are going to need to get off the line ahead of Hafiz if they possibly can, and keep him behind for as long as they can. Does seem like a bit of an irresistible force, however.
Does, doesn't he? Particularly here. It's not been an easy road though for JDT. But Hafiz has worked hard on it. Interesting, he said the setup hasn't changed since Sepang, and since Sepang they had 2 P2s in Sepang. They were doing well in Motegi in race 1 until they crashed out. They had a DNF there, and then 2 P1s in a row in Motegi race 2, and yesterday it does seem to be clicking, but this is sport.
That's it. And if the bike hasn't changed, then a lot of that improvement has to be down to the rider. So let's have a look.
We've got the tyre information in, and we're on board here with Kito Abe. And the news for Kito's tyre is
that he once again is running medium. That's what he's comfortable with. That's what he feels happy with. So he's going with that, and he's looking for any changes here. Now that hard rear especially is proving really popular. Yeah, Zakwan, Nakarin both going medium front, hard rear. So is
the starting grid. Let's go through them. Hafiz Shahin Abdullah, JDT Racing Team on the Ducati Panigale. Kito Abe, SDG Hard Pro, Honda Philippines in P2. Just got to finish the race. Lachlan Epis, what a fabulous weekend. Well, what a fabulous qualification. Not so great in the race for Savitar. He's on P3 on the BMW.
And hopefully starting from P4, because he didn't yesterday, unfortunately for him, is Afiwat Wongtananon on the Owen Energy BMW. Nakarina Tirapuvapat for Honda Racing Thailand starts 5th. Zakwan Zaidi, his great rival yesterday in the podium fight, starts 6th.
We move down onto the 3rd row of the grid. Aslan Shah Kamrazarman, a former champion, a former 600 champion back in 2013. He's on the BMW for A1 Energy. Andy Farid Izdahar, Astra Honda Racing Team on the Honda CBR, as is Azrai Hakim Anwar for Idemitsu FIM Honda. He's still in the mix, let's not forget that.
Very much so, and improving here at Mandalika as well. Cam Dunker from MotoGo Yamaha starts 10th. Next to him, the British rider Joe Francis and Cho Yu-jo, another Malaysian rider very well represented in ASB 1000, starts 12th.
They are your 12. The grid has been cleared. The track surface here, it's very wearing, and we were given a bit of an education as to how wearing it can be when we went down to have a look at it yesterday. We had the pleasure of a warm-up lap, or a lap around the circuit.
Yeah.
These guys go a bit quicker than our warm-up lap.
Yeah, it was a bit quicker, but we weren't trying that hard, Des.
Final race of the weekend.
Yeah, we are now officially well into the second half of the season.
After this, into the final third. That's how quickly it can change.
Yeah, it certainly can.
Wanted to see if Joe Francis is able to continue his return from fitness. He had 18 months out with a broken leg, and I was astonished to hear the first time he got back on a bike in a race was at Sepang in round 2 of this season. So his progress has been phenomenal.
Yeah, he's made of tough stuff, and his pace was really good. Just playing there a little bit, I think, with Hafiz Shirin.
Joe goes through, number 40. But I really think this is all about Hafiz. This is all about what kind of a start he gets. If he can get into the lead, he can power away.
Kito Abe needs to be the real spoiler here. I know we saw some great work from Nakarin yesterday in keeping Hafiz honest, but Kito Abe needs to get away fast, stay on the bike. He just needs to get away fast and spoil the day, if he possibly can, of his championship rival.
21 Zakwan Zari, number 20 Azra Hakim Anwar will be looking to celebrate Merdeka Day for Malaysia. But Kito Abe, a reminder in the championship, Abe 108, Nakarin 108. But 9 clear of them. Hafiz Sharin, bike number 55.
Little thumbs up from Hafiz to Aslan Shah as he rolled past him on his way to pole position. It has been a perfect weekend so far for Hafiz and JDT.
On pole position, winner in race 1, 13 laps to go. Crucial moment in the ASB 1000cc Championship for 2025. Asia Road Racing Championship gets off to a powerful start. Abe tries to stay with Hafiz as they speed towards the first corner. Hafiz is in there first, but it's a much better start from Abe this time round.
Yeah, he did get away well, and so did Nakarin from row 2. Aslan Shah up there as well. Now, what can Abe do? He's just got shuffled back by Nakarin, who is on the chase already.
Also a good start from a Thai perspective and a BMW perspective. Very good for Apiwat. Nakarin having a little look on Hafiz, but already just look at the power of that Ducati. Gosh, you've got to work hard to hold on to it. Late break from Hafiz.
Nakarin really pushing, as he said on the grid, I never give up. Well, we know that. Let's see what Kito Abe can do as the main championship contender.
Watch the power of that Ducati. Jeb Nakarin's working very hard. Those Hondas are powerful machines. The BMW behind as well from Apiwat is looking a little bit smoother. Lachlan Epis has been dropped just a little bit, not surprisingly. You look at the quality of this front 4.
Yeah, interesting line there being taken by Apiwat on the BMW. He's really figured out now how to ride it quickly. Coming off Yamaha from last year. 3/10 is the advantage at the end of lap 1.
Lachlan Epis has had a nightmare first lap, down to P11. He started in P3.
Must have been an error somewhere because he got off the line okay.
Hafiz got off the line okay, and Hafiz is flying.
That was what everybody needed to avoid happening, but it happened.
Won by 3 seconds yesterday. As we look at Arbe, he's in P3. He'll be worried about what's going on behind him as well. Which is, is that Aslan's BMW? It is Aslan's BMW. Not Apiwat's, it's Aslan's.
Yeah, Aslan's got the yellow number on the front. It doesn't show up well, you have to say. And there's a little complaint to A1 Energy. But yeah, that was Aslan coming through. He's had good pace. Apiwat has had 2, but not in the race, unfortunately.
Yeah, at least he started. It's better than last time. He's just put in a fast sector 2. But looking really, really strong is Hafiz Sharin. However, Makarin Atura has stayed close to him.
Yeah, he did yesterday. How long can he maintain it?
Tear through the start-finish line. The lead is 7/10 of a second after 2 laps from Hafiz.
He added another 3/10 to his lead on that lap.
Wow.
There's 11 remaining. Needs something from the riders behind.
Aslan.
Oh! Yeah, we saw the smoke or dust there on this Nakarin that's gone down. He never gives up, we know that. And he's back on his bike. But there'll be no big points for him today.
Opportunity for Aslan Shah, maybe. Kito Abe in isolation in P2. Abe, he'll have Hafiz in his sights, but in his distance sights at the moment. It was 7/10, 1.2 seconds down to Abe.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that gap and see what he can do about that. See what Aslan Shah can do as the race wears on. Kito Abe last time around did a 1:35.8. Hafiz did a 1:35.3. Clutch of Hondas together. And Brindis are going well. He's challenging Zakwan Zaidi. And that's good to see.
Baku's gone on the inside of Zakwan. Zakwan has the gap closed on him. And Andy Farid is indeed up into P4. As they come through, it's another fast time, 1:35.325. It's a new fastest lap for Hafiz Sharin. He's taken another 4/10 off Kito Abe.
Ooh, and Azroy just after he mugged his teammate Zakwan for his place. Got a little bit wobbly on the exit to turn 1 and lost it again. So that just shows you how hard he's trying. Cam Dunker just behind Zakwan now.
This is the battle for P4, and I think this is the little Azroy moment coming up. And he's gone through once again.
Yeah, here we go. So yeah, so there it is. That's yeah, a bit more than what will step right out. Could have been a high side, but he kept it under control, didn't ease off the throttle too much. And this is impressive from the MotoGo Yamaha of Cam Dunker. Staying with these very well factory supported Idemitsu Honda Malaysia Hondas on that Yamaha.
Cam Dunker making life very, very uncomfortable for Zakwan Zaidi. Up at the front. Well, Abe has just cut into the lead of Hafiz Sharin. He's taken 3/10 off him in that last lap. It was 1.7, it's down to 1.3. Aslan in third, he's in a race of his own. It's a fascinating battle for P4. Andy Farid, Azri Hakim, Zakwan and Cam Dunker.
Yeah, good to see Andy Farid getting his eye in again.
Abe in pursuit.
Yeah, he took 2/10 out of Hafiz in sector 1. So what can he really do, and how much has Hafiz Shirin got in hand? That's the question. Not a lot of love lost between these two.
No, we saw that in qualification.
Yeah, it'd be good to see that in an on-track battle for the win and for championship supremacy.
Abe 2/10 faster in sector 1, 3/10 faster in sector 2, just about level in sector 3 with the times being set by Hafiz Sharin. He's really going for it at the moment, Kito Abe. Long way to go. As down is Azroy Hakim Anwar.
Down he goes. We could see he was really trying. He had a big moment on the exit to turn 1 last time around. Now he is out.
And with that, I suspect his faint championship hopes.
Yeah, you can't really afford that. So eyes again. Oh, and
Hafiz
is down.
Hafiz Sharin down. A big crash for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. The JDT racer was looking so secure, so quick, so powerful. Everything so far has gone right, but now Barry Russell.
Take a look at this. Is it just a case of the front going away? Yes. Oh, it's a high side. Front goes away. The back grips, throws him over the top. High side is always a horrible landing. Oh, well, look at the way he gets tumbled through the gravel there. Well, big shake-up yesterday with Kito Abe's crash, and now it's a crash by the championship leader. Yeah, he's well and truly winded by that. He must be.
Well, the medics are there. What it means is that Kito Abe is your new race leader, and Aslan Shah Kamrazalman comes into the reckoning. But this championship, this day, has produced so many changes of mood, of opportunity. And Hafiz looking so strong, crashes out. Abe, he crashed out yesterday. And now, deep breaths.
Yeah, that was a nasty high side for Hafiz. Hopefully he's just winded. But this has handed a big opportunity in championship terms to the young Japanese rider on the number 39 SDG Honda. Aslan Shah, you've got to stay on your bike to get the results. Aslan's doing a great job of that. And he's within a second of Kito Abe. So let's see, watch his pace.
This is Lachlan Epis, who started off on the front row of the grid, crashed out yesterday into the pits, will look to go and try and finish.
Yeah, rotten luck for him. We saw his speed here at Mandalika, but no results.
Aslan closes in P2. Aslan just 1.1 seconds down. And then behind them, Andy Farid Izdihar suddenly comes into reckoning. Andy Farid, as you say, just returning from a nasty injury, yet to have a podium this season. Aslan's closing in.
Yeah, if they go through the sectors, that was a good sector 3. He closed in 2/10. So this is not done yet.
I think Lachlan Epis is out, according to our screen, although he made his way out of the pits. Oh, and a problem. Andy Farid slowed up quite considerably.
Let's keep an eye on that. He's a long way back there. There you go, the first two. But he definitely slowed, whether that was just correcting a near crash in turn 16 that could have done that. Let's see if he gets back on the pace. But this is turning into a really interesting battle at the front. Another 2/10's been taken out of Abe's lead by Aslan.
Behind them, Zakwan just carries on. Such a consistent racer. All he can do is ride his race, and his race at the moment is to get as close as he can onto the back of Andy Farid.
Andy's pace through sector 1 was good, so I think probably he was just it was just an error at turn 16. That happened off camera, but there's a race coming here between Kito Abe on the SDG Honda and Aslan Shah on the A1 Energy BMW, and we can't wait to see it. Half a second separates them right now.
He's closed that down from 1.2 seconds.
He has indeed.
Apiwat Wangtananon, who served a long lap penalty, by the way, that's why he dropped down to P10. Well, the BMW teammate, he's back in to P6. 5 seconds down on Cameron Dunker. 5 laps to go though. Kito Abe, he's had the bonus of Hafiz crashing out.
Yeah, and the gap is down to 0.2. So absolutely nothing. Aslan's pushing really hard. His left foot came off the pegs then as he came out of turn 1. Now they're through turn 3. Kito Abe's going to have to fight hard for this. He's that little error from Aslan when we saw his foot come off the peg, that set him back half a second, in fact, as you can see on screen there. So he's going to have to close that down again if he can, the veteran Malaysian. He's going to want to win on this special day for Malaysia, that's for sure.
Indeed, that's exactly what he's hoping for. Chip Nakarin has got back on his bike and is back in the race, so he's looking to pick up some points. Hafiz, his race is done. There's no way he can recover from that high side. That means that Abe, if he's on the podium, will retake the championship lead.
Let's just take a look what happened in turn 1. You just see the rear slip, front started to go away, and that was what caused Aslan's foot to come off the pegs. So that cost him half a second. He's made a good bit of that back up now.
Certainly lapping quicker. Despite that problem, he was only 2/10 down on that lap, but he is closing in to within half a second. Andy Farid and Zach 1 in 3 and 4, Cameron Duncan in 5, Apiwat 6, Joe Francis 7, Chip Nacker in 8, Choyu Joe 9, Hafiz Azroy and Epis out.
Kito Abe's responding well to this challenge from Aslan. Let's see if he can keep his head down. He does lead well from the front, Kito Abe, as we saw in Motegi. Andy Farid keeping the gap pretty constant between him and Aslan. Zafran almost a second down on Andy. Cam Dunker currently running in a very creditable 5th.
Aslan right on the tail now though of Kito Abe. Hasn't won a race since the first race of the 2024 season, when he surprised us and impressed us all by winning in Buriram. Aslan Shah. The victory would be very popular for Malaysia, not so much for the SDG crew.
Not so much for the SDG crew, but popular for many people who follow Asia Road Racing Championship, to be fair.
In as well, definitely.
Yeah,
he's on Aslan's side, but yeah, you're quite right. He's a favourite, Aslan.
So
21 years young in October.
Yes, indeed, but still full of energy and on the A1 Energy BMW. Sorry about that. Kito Abe, the gap is steadier. Aslan caught up really quickly a few laps ago, since just since that little mistake by Aslan into turn 1. He hasn't been able to get quite that close again. Now in sector 3, he's really good through sector 3, Aslan.
Quito having to defend. How hard does Quito want to defend? Surely his objective is to stay on the bike. Because if he were to crash, what an opportunity gone for Arbe. Surely a little bit more conservative.
Yeah, and he knows how much it would annoy Hafiz Shirin as well for him to come through and win or score points. Afiwat just pulling off into pit lane. So his race is done. Having a rotten season, Afiwat.
Blue flags for Yu Joe. As glad everybody goes past the BMW of the Savitar team.
Yeah, just under 2 laps to go, and the gap is a little bit closer. It's a tenth closer. It's in 0.3 now. So Aslan pushing really hard. You can see the grip starting to go on that hard rear Dunlop. Quito, the rider who chose to run mediums, the older, more established choice, but here comes Aslan. Can Quito get back on the inside? That was a nice clean move from the Malaysian. Quito Abe, can he respond?
Aslan Shah yet to have a podium this season, but looking for win number 8 in his career on the superbikes in the Asia Road Racing Championship. Champion in 2019.
He's stretching it, Des.
He is. He's quick.
There we go through this long turn, and he's keeping the gap. Nothing Abe could do in that final sector to catch up. Let's see what the gap is this time.
0.3 of a second, Aslan leads.
Flip round more than 0.6 of a second in 1 lap.
But he is on a track limit warning from race control. 1 lap to go. Right, this would be popular.
Yeah,
I'm sure fans of the JDT team are really rooting for Aslan Shah Kamruzaman.
I'm sure they are, yeah. Yeah. Enemy of my enemy and all that. But I don't think Quito's got an answer for the pace of Aslan with late stages in the race.
And he won't want to risk it either.
No, definitely not. This is a really good opportunity to re-establish himself after the 0 score yesterday. His team boss, who's so expressive. You can see what he's thinking. He's thinking just stay on Abe. And that's surely what he's going to do.
Aslan takes a tight line. Abe just hunkers down, but Aslan Shah Kamruzaman 2 turns away from what will be a famous victory. But look at that from Abe. Aslan gets the right line. What kind of a drive is there? Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. Wow! The 40-year-old with a famous victory ahead of Quito Abe.
Wow, what a win for Aslan Shah. We didn't expect that. He was P4 yesterday. He did show good pace all the way through the weekend there. And yeah, STG are going to take that to the bank. It was a good race between these two. A really good race. He put the pressure on. Aslan kept the pressure on. Quito Abe ahead of him. It looked as though he was going to struggle to catch up, and then he made his move. He timed it beautifully. And that's speed and experience, and masterful. And Aslan Shah is emotional about that win.
It's a special day for Malaysians, and it's a special day for him.
Yeah.
And he's thoroughly deserved it. He was quick. He was quick.
Yeah, this has been really good. First win for the A1 Energy team, so congratulations to them too.
Good weekend for him. It's a 38-point weekend for Aslan Shah. And Zakwan Zaidi first on board as the Malaysian flag is put over the SDG Hard Pro team. It's Merdeka Day in Malaysia, and one of its favourite sons has produced something just a little bit special, something a little bit unexpected.
Yeah, very warm congratulations there from Zakwan Zaidi to his fellow Malaysian. Got a fair large hatful of championships between them in ARRC.
Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, BMW A1 Energy, wins it 6/10 clear of Kito Abe, SDG Hawk Pro Philippines. Andy Farid Izdihar, he gets a decent result, picks up a P3, 16 points for Astra Honda Racing. Zakwan Zaidi, Mr. Reliable for Idemitsu Honda, 13 points for him. He moves back into championship reckoning, going to Sepang. They are your top three. Further down, Choyu Joe, Lachlan Epis, Hafiz, Sharon Abdullah, Azroy Hakim Anwar crashing out. But this is the story. This guy won the 600cc championship in 2013. You got to go back to there. He won the 600cc championship 2017. He won the 1000cc championship 2019. And he's still competing.
And that will have given him a real boost. He's keeping the visor down. Now it comes up. I suspect there's quite a bit of liquid on his face there. Some of it will be sweat. He gets the flag of Malaysia draped around, fastened around his shoulders. This is absolutely dripping with meaning, this victory for Aslan Shah. First time on the podium in 2024. As it is for Andy Farid Izdihar. So there's two first-timers.
Absolutely. Fully deserved. Well done. He's looking pretty calm, it must be said.
Yeah, I think he... the timing of that was really good. He was pushing hard, as you saw as he rescued that high side. But he did rescue it. He stayed on. And he won. Kito Abe there, I can see from this distance, from the drone shot. Smiles from SDG, as well they should be. They got 20 points, and their main championship rival got no points on this day. But the celebrations will be mighty. So let's go to Daniel. He is with Andy Farid Izdihar.
Andy, it's a comeback from injury for you in today's ASB 1000 class in your home country, and you managed to bag a podium in the second race. It looked a tough race, though. Zakwan was trying to catch you up in the last portion, but you managed to pull a little bit further ahead. Tell us about this race.
Yeah, honestly, this race, I didn't expect I can get a podium because, yeah, I think after 2 months after my injury. But yesterday, especially Friday and Saturday yesterday, I was so struggling, especially in the physical side, because yeah, also I was difficult to find the best setup, but also my body condition still not 100%. And then today I just, I didn't target for the podium. My priority is just to finish the race, but yeah, some rider crash in front of me, but beside of that, I feel also I improve in this race too. In the last 5 laps, I feel like I couldn't ride anymore because my body was so on the limit. I was changed direction. I feel so heavy, but yeah, finally, Indonesia fans give me more extra energy, and then finally, I changed my mentality, and then I have to finish this race in P3, so I'm very happy, especially for Astra Honda Racing Team, because all my mechanics, they are working very, very hard to
to give the best as always for me. So this first podium with Astra Honda Racing Team in ASB 1000 is for all of them. And yeah, I will continue work for better next race. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andy. Congratulations, and hope to see you fully recovered soon.
Thank you so much.
And second place for the ASB 1000 in race 2 in Mandalika. It's Kito Abe who regains the championship lead this time. Kito, wow, that was a race with a few stories. 2 different halves as well. First half, chasing down Hafiz, and then that error from Hafiz. And then you had a nice gap between yourself and Aslan, and somehow Aslan just had some extra pace at the end. Tell us what was good and what didn't go quite right in that race.
Yes, so yes, the beginning. So I want to follow Hafiz, but Hafiz so very fast on the average lap time, and I try to full gas, but cannot make gap is not so near. Yeah, and the Hafiz crash after. I try to keep the manage in the time, but remaining 4 lap, so my rear tire is a little bit problem, so I cannot push. And finally, Aslan coming here. I want to passing, but I thinking championship is very important. If I try to push and crash, cannot get point. And I regain the championship leader. I'm so happy, and I want to say thank you my team, my family, my sponsor. Thank you so much. And I keep championship. I keep championship. So next round, yeah.
Definitely. Can't wait to see you next round in Sepang. Congratulations, Kito. And race winner for the first time this season, Aslan Shah Kamarazaman. Aslan, the story of 2024 was retirement for you, but in 2025 you come back, and you know what the headline will be? Aslan Shah wins at Mandalika in race 2.
Yeah.
So what a journey you have had in just the past year alone, and what a journey for the team. And the pace that you were setting towards the end was unbelievable. Tell us about this.
Yeah, it's crazy if we look back for my journey with the team and all. But this year also a bit late for me to on form. But yeah, a bit struggling for me with the bike, also myself. But here in Mandalika also, I don't have good memory. Last year I have a high side after 8-hour race, come back here and high side, so lost all motivation. But this year I come here, I said to myself, okay, if cannot win, just improve myself and enjoy the circuit. So today, my target is to follow the top group and try to enjoy myself and control my energy, you know, because yesterday I was too hyped. I was stuck on the front, I was like, so too much mistake. But now I follow the fast guy and I try to keep calm and keep the pace. And I'm so lucky to get this number 1. I would like to thanks to my team, my sponsor A1 Energy. My crew worked so hard, you know. I crashed in a free practice, qualifying free practice, and they worked until midnight to change the new bike, you know, change chassis, everything. So I can't thanks enough to my team, my crew, my sponsor, my family, everybody that with me, that see my journey. And this is for you, and this is for you also, Malaysia. Happy Merdeka Day.
Thank you so much, Aslan. Brilliantly done and brilliantly said.
Thank you.
Highlights of a quite remarkable ASB 1000cc at the end of a remarkable day of racing at Mandalika. Hafiz Sharin, bike number 55 on the JDD Ducati, on pole position, won yesterday, looking fierce and powerful and off to a great start. Barry Russell, we thought it could be a procession.
It looked ominous for everybody else, and it looked as though he was just going to run away. He performed immaculately all weekend. Kito Abe didn't quite have the pace to go with him. Nakarin tried and failed, as we just saw. He picked up the bike, pretty competitive that he is, to come through eventually to finish 8th. But there was good signs here for the recovery of Andy Farid Izdihar, getting past then by his teammate Azroy, but Azroy wouldn't finish in the end. At this stage of the race, not even halfway, was looking really dominant, and while Quito was chasing, it didn't look as though he could do anything. Aslan Shah had some pace. Down went
Azroy Hakim Anwar.
Azroy, yeah, that was Azroy's exit.
But Abe is still chasing, and then out of nowhere, a high side. That's a nasty bump for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. They look downwards on the pit wall on the JDT. So his day is over. There's no Malaysia win for JDT. There's not going to be a win for Zakwan Zaidi either, but there will be for the most remarkable of performances of Aslan Shah Kamruzaman.
Yeah,
one race win this year, and this is it.
Yeah, he made up more than a second in the later stages of the race, made his move, timed it beautifully, and we immediately saw that Quito Abe didn't have an answer for that late pace. And I wonder, Des, whether it's Quito's decision to run medium tyres.
Possibly, but Aslan was going away by the end. A former champion, the first ever 1000cc champion. We weren't sure he was going to compete at the very top level again. We were thinking that he was going to retire, but he's come back. He's got himself fit again, and now he's got himself once again on the winner's podium. A1 Energy, full of energy, and the BMW victorious.
And so good to hear the words. He was very, very gracious in victory, you have to say.
Andy Farid, he spoke well in his interview as well. The fact he's coming back from a really bad injury. This is a bonus third place for him, which he'll accept. Abe, I thought he'd be conservative. He was conservative. That's sensible. But he's still the new championship leader. But this day belongs to this man. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, and for the first time joining him on the podium, will be the team representative for A1 Energy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
Their first appearance on the podium. They've put a lot into this project, so it's good to see them there as we get into the second half of the season.
Trophies, we would like to invite Mr. Takashi
shown
Urabe,
by
President Director
Aslan
of PT
Shah,
Idemitsu
the Malaysia flag on the deck today,
and
winning it on Indonesian soil as well. Mr. Takashi Urabe, President Director of PT Idemitsu Lube Indonesia, to hand out the awards. Firstly, it's a great performance. We've not we've kind of skirted over Andy Farid's performance, but that's brave after the injury.
Yeah, he had to overcome Zakwan Zaidi, which is no mean feat to do that. He did say he got a lift from racing at home. That may be true, but this is an unforgettable victory of many for Aslan.
That's a popular win as well. You saw the number of people, the number of Malaysians, the pit crews who'd come to celebrate. Stefan Maki Karapier, FIM Asia President, once again. Great to get the FIM endorsement. Well, you need the FIM endorsement, but they're here in support, offering the team award to A1 Energy BMW.
And now we'd like to invite Mr. Takashi Urabe and Mr. Stefan Maki Karapiet to take a photo.
And this will be doing the rounds in Malaysia. Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, give another big round of applause for the ESB 1000 Race 2
Really,
winners.
really popular victory for a popular racer.
Big thank you to Mr. Takashi Urabe and Mr. Stefan
And that
Maki
new
Karapiet
chassis,
for
the
presenting
cost
the
suddenly
awards.
becomes worth it.
Definitely does now.
Now only the riders.
Yeah,
Take a picture for a
the
while.
victories today bookended by Malaysian.
Raise up your trophy, guys.
3 Indonesian victories in between.
There's a nice shot for you. And there's a beautiful shot of Lombok for you. And the championship standing, the new leader, he retains the lead or regains the lead. Kito Abe, SDG Hark Pro, 128 points, 11 clear of Hafiz Sharon Abdullah, but we're in Malaysia next. Just 2 points down. Chip Nakarim on the Honda Racing Talent, just 1 point down on him. Zakwan Zaidi, Azroy Hakim possibly too far behind, but you never know. Back-to-back wins at Sepang, he could come right back into it. Aslan Shah Kamruzama moves on to 96 points in 6-4. A1 Energy on the BMW. Cameron Dunker, really good performance from Cam. He came 5th, we've forgotten about that, for the MotoGo Yamaha Racing Team on 61. Andy Farid Izdihar moves on to 57 points. Okay, we are 4/6 of the way through the season. We started at Chang in April. We moved on to Sepang in May. Mobility Resort Mategi memorably in July. Pertamina Mandalika very memorably here in the last weeks of August. In October, we're back onto Malaysia at the Petronas Sepang Circuit before we end in early December at the Buram Chang International Circuit. It's been great fun. Barry Russell, your thoughts, your quick comments on day 2 of a memorable round.
Well, I'll tell you what, Des, you don't need to be Malaysian to be a fan of Aslan Shah, so a massive shout to Aslan, the great entertainer. It was fantastic in Supersport 600. I'll never forget that race, but Herjanatna Firdaus coming through with his first victory and indeed first podium. Again, the composure, but again, the fight as well of Fadila Arbi Aditamat to win the AP250s. Perfect weekend for Dimas in underbones, and that's really hard to do. And then the Malaysian victory at the beginning for Ramdan. The surprise at the start between Antakoni. There was so much happened today. It's been a fantastic day. Thank you, Mandalika.
Thank you, Mandalika, indeed. We leave you. We're going to enjoy the beach. We can here from the team behind the scenes, from the producer Arif, from the organisers, from myself, Des Corkill, from Daniel Bogas, hard-working down in the pit lane, and Barry Russell. Farewell from Mandalika. We'll see you in October back in Malaysia.
Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7.
Bye.